Two channels coming together. Oh yeah. True crime team, you better know. After the facts and defense rest, let's go. Bringing justice, doing their best. Woo! Facts are flying, truths unfolding. Criminals shaking, their stories holding. Defense rest, got the legal mind. Together they solve, justice they find. All rise, the truth's in the house. Y'all bring it up, breaking it down. Hear that call? Facts and defense, a mighty blend. Oh yeah, justice ain't gonna bend. Gavel hits, the facts commence. Defensive moves, we've got the sense. Teamwork strong, no crime secret. Yeah, they're bringing justice. Best believe it. Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
Time to call Dr. Stephen Nelson. Thank you, Dr. Nelson. You can speak directly to the microphone for this.
I'll just wear our front because then we should do this session.
So go ahead and state your full name for the record.
Stephen, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Lewis, L-E-W-I-S, Nelson, N-E-L-S-O-N.
All right, thank you, sir. And where is your professional address?
6221 South Claiborne Avenue, Suite 506, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70125.
Morning, Dr. Nelson. Could you please tell the jury how you're currently employed?
So I'm a pediatric neurologist and epileptologist through Tulane University School of Medicine and Ochsner Hospital for Children in New Orleans, Louisiana.
And are you a licensed doctor?
Yes,
And in what states are you licensed?
Louisiana, Mississippi, and Maryland.
Can you please explain your educational background?
Sure. So I did my undergraduate at Cal Poly Pomona in California. I graduated with a bachelor's in biology in 1990. So it's hard to keep track of them anymore. In the 90 to 91, I worked actually doing validations engineering for a pharmaceutical company. And then 91 to 96, I did a PhD at UC Riverside, also in California, in biomedical sciences. I studied the effects of radiation on human cells. In fact, if you watch that Netflix series Chernobyl, I actually looked at cells from the firemen who put out the fire at Chernobyl and looked for effects of the radiation. Then from 96 to 2000, I did my medical school at UC San Diego. Then from 2000 to 2003, I did my pediatric internship and residency at Wilford Hall Medical Center, which is at Lackland Air Force Base, San Antonio, Texas. And so I went on active duty in the United States Air Force in 2000. Then 2003 to 2004, I was a general pediatrician at Los Angeles Air Force Base in El Segundo, California. And then 2004 to 2007, I was a pediatric neurology fellow with Stanford. And then do you want me to go through my work history too?
Yes.
And then 2007 to 2010, I was the chief of pediatric neurology at Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. I also was the special needs coordinator for the Department of Defense. So anybody who's in the military, if they were going to PCS and they had a dependent that had any type of military issues, I was the one that helped determine where they could move to make sure that they could meet the needs of the dependent. I also did outreach clinics to Eglin Air Force Base and Navy Hospital, Pensacola in Florida. Then between 2010 and 2013, I was at Walter Reed in Bethesda, Maryland, working as a pediatric neurologist. I was also the director of pediatric neurology education at the medical school, the Uniformed Services University of the Health Sciences in Bethesda. I was also the deputy director of neurology education for the medical school, and I was the program director for the Tri-Service Child Neurology Fellowship. which is kind of like what I did at Stanford. So it was active duty military people who came from any branch to do a fellowship in child neurology. Then I got out of the military at the end of 2013 and went to Tulane in 2014 full-time, where I'm currently a professor of pediatrics, neurology, neurosurgery, and psychiatry. I'm also the medical director for the Tulane Center for Autism and Related Disorders. I'm the clerkship director for the pediatric neurology rotation. And then I also work as a pediatric neurologist and epileptologist through Oxford. And then I also am a professor of neurology through LSU School of Medicine.
All right, and I believe you said you were in the military, right?
Yes.
Okay, and for how long were you in, and what was your rank when you left?
So I was 13 and a half years active duty, plus a couple of years in the reserves, and my final rank was colonel.
And have you ever sat on a board of inquiry or a court martial?
Yes.
When did you first start your forensic work?
So the very first case I ever reviewed was 2004 for the Department of Defense. And it was a claim against a military provider. And so the way it works in the military is if a military provider is sued, then it goes to the Department of Defense as a whole, and then it gets sent out to an expert in that field to review it. The first case I reviewed outside the military was when I moved to Keesler in 2007. I was working part-time at Tulane, and the Assistant Attorney General for the state of Louisiana asked if I would review a case that was against a state facility.
Sorry, and are you board certified?
Yes.
In what areas?
So I'm board certified in pediatric neurology, and really the more proper name is it's neurology with special qualification in child neurology, as well as epilepsy by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology. And then I'm also board certified in pediatrics by the American Board of Pediatrics.
And what are the requirements to be board certified in those areas?
Well, for epilepsy and pediatrics, it was to take a written exam, and for pediatrics also to have done, a residency. For neurology with special qualification in child neurology, you had to take a written exam following your completion of a pediatric training program as well as a pediatric neurology training program. And then I was one of the lucky that also had to do oral boards. So it's last year where we had to fly to Baltimore to Johns Hopkins and basically get grilled all day long by a bunch of neurologists asking us random questions.
All right, and it looks like you have a lot of titles after your name. You have a number of letters after your name. We've got MD, PhD, FAACPDM, FAAN, FAAP, and FANA. Can you explain to the jury what those are?
Sure. So obviously MD is the medical doctor, so that's my medical degree, and PhD is my PhD that I did at UC Riverside on radiation mutagenesis. FAACPDM means I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Cerebral Palsy and Developmental Medicine. FAAP is fellow of the American Academy of Pediatrics. FAAN is fellow of the American Academy of Neurology. And FANA is fellow of the American Neurological Association. And so basically to be a fellow, it means that you have to, there are certain requirements you have to do. So like, for example, for the American Academy of Neurology, you have to attend 5 meetings in 7 years. You have to be 7 years out from your training program. You have to demonstrate excellence in 3 areas: academic, clinical, and sort of like research. So they want to see that you're sort of an expert in all the aspects of neurology. Then you have to get 2 letters of endorsement from somebody else, from 2 people who are fellows, and then it has to go to a committee and get voted on.
And in your current area of practice, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
So I work as a child neurologist and an epileptologist. So epileptologist is just a fancy term for meaning that I take care of patients that have epilepsy that's complicated. So if you have very easily treated epilepsy, you don't need to see an epileptologist. If you have seizures that are more difficult to control, then you refer to an epilepsy specialist.
And do you teach?
Yes.
Where and what do you teach?
So I teach undergraduate and graduate medical students through Tulane, as well as residencies for residents, pediatrics, neurology, neurosurgery, psychiatry, child psychiatry fellows. I also teach for the undergraduate and graduate neuroscience department. I teach for the master's department of genetics at Tulane, and then I also teach students and residents through LSU School of Medicine.
Now, are you involved in any research or advisory roles?
Yes.
And can you please explain those to the court and to the jury?
So, firstly, I'm on the General Examination Committee for the American Board of Pediatrics. So I'm on the committee that writes the questions for pediatricians to become board certified. I'm also on several state level or national level committees or boards related to epilepsy management, child abuse, genetic disorders, environmental toxins, things like that. And then my research focuses on really the genetic causes of epilepsy, autism, developmental delay.
And what are clinical appointments?
Clinical appointment just means that you have privileges at that hospital, and so you can provide patient care through that facility.
Can you please describe to the court and to the jury your clinical appointments?
So I have clinical appointments at Ochsner Hospital for Children, as well as Ochsner Baptist and Ochsner Medical Center. Those are all in New Orleans. And then I also have clinical appointments at Ochsner LSU, which is a hospital in Shreveport, Louisiana, which I do telemedicine coverage for. And so those are the main places that I see patients. And then I also have clinical appointments through Tulane, where I'm the medical director for the Autism Center.
And what are academic appointments?
Academic is when you refer to a rank. So the rank for academic is clinical instructor, and then assistant professor, then associate professor, and then professor. And so the highest rank you can get is professor. And like I said, I'm a professor at Tulane and also LSU School of Medicine.
Can you please describe to the court and to the jury your academic appointments?
Yes, so I'm a professor of neurology, neurosurgery, psychiatry, and pediatrics at Tulane University School of Medicine, and I'm a professor of neurology at LSU School of Medicine.
And have you received any honors or awards in the field of neurology?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
A lot, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, becoming a fellow in a society is an honor in and of itself. I've also won, outstanding faculty awards and outstanding teaching awards through the medical schools and other institutions that I'm affiliated with.
And do you lecture regularly in your field?
Yes.
Are you published in the field of neurology?
Yes.
And does that include being published in peer-reviewed publications?
Yes.
And what are peer-reviewed publications?
Peer review just means that you write an article and you submit it to the journal, and it gets sent blinded to other people in your field to review it and determine if it should be published or not published. I also do that as part of my capacity that I'm a reviewer for a number of journals. And so when other authors in the field submit journals, I review for the journals, or I also am like an associate editor or senior editor for several journals or neurology sites.
Have you testified in court before and given your opinion in certain areas of medical practice?
Yes.
What areas have you been qualified to testify in previously?
Neurology, child neurology, pediatrics, epilepsy, traumatic brain injury, developmental pediatrics, psychiatry.
And what states have you previously testified in?
More than 40 out of 50, most states.
With regard to criminal cases, can you approximate the percentage you have testified for the prosecution and the defense?
It's approximately 50-50.
And do you testify in civil cases as well?
Yes.
And is that for both the plaintiff and the defense?
Yes.
Have you previously testified in Florida?
Yes.
For both the defense and for the prosecution?
Yes.
Your Honor, we request permission to allow Dr. Nelson to give us an opinion testimony in the areas of neurology and pediatric neurology.
I have no objection to it.
Part of that objection would be like.
You mentioned that you are a pediatric neurologist. Does that mean that you focus only on children?
No, I see approximately 85% of my patients are pediatric, and pediatric really is like 24 and under, and then about 15% of my patients are adult patients.
And how does this set you apart from other neurologists?
Well, I think most pediatric neurologists don't typically see a lot of adult patients. They might see the rare one. I think having trained and worked through the military, the norm was, I guess, we saw a lot of adult patients. Also, I did adult medicine as part of my military training. Even when I was at Los Angeles Air Force Base as a pediatrician, I actually worked as both an adult and a pediatric doctor. And I also did a number of years of emergency medicine where I saw pediatric and adult patients. So I just naturally started seeing a lot of adult patients also, especially epilepsy or adults with developmental disabilities.
And when were you first contacted regarding Mr. Wilson's case?
I say probably over the summer.
And have you met with Mr. Wilson regarding this case?
Yes.
And how many times?
We met twice over Zoom.
And what is your hourly rate in this case?
I believe it's $500 an hour.
About how many hours have you worked on this case?
Or 30 maybe.
Do you and other similarly situated practitioners rely on records, patient reports, and reports of others concerning a patient's past history in order to formulate opinion?
Yes, I mean that's true whether it's a forensic case, meaning that it's in a medical legal capacity, or if I'm seeing a patient in clinic, I still rely obviously upon medical records and reports by other providers.
And did you review a collection of records and reports to assist you with your evaluation of Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Did you review the testimony of other experts?
Yes.
And did you review photos of the imaging that was done by, or I guess, the Dr. Snyder testified about yesterday?
Yes.
Are you offering an independent opinion on the imaging?
No, I mean I'll discuss what the imaging means, but I didn't. I'm not offering an independent interpretation. I'll defer to Dr. Snyder.
I'd like to shift gears and speak with you about your knowledge in your specialty. From the perspective of a pediatric neurologist, can you please explain how a child's brain grows and develops while in utero and after birth?
Sure. So if you think about how brain development occurs, the first part of development inside of mom is that you're producing actual cells, right? So you start as a single cell and you turn into a bunch of different cells, and then those cells become different cell types, and some of those cells become become your brain, and you're actually not only making new brain cells, but those cells are going through differentiation to become eventually the type of cell that are going to be in your brain, because we have different types of cells. We have neurons and other types of cells that form the structure of the brain. And then those neurons even migrate. They actually start on the inside of your brain, and they, for example, the cells become your gray matter, which is the outside of your brain, actually migrate from the inside outward. And so that's all occurring during inside of mom. Once you're born, you don't make any new neurons. Then what you're doing is you're basically making connections. And those connections become more and more elaborate, and that's really what causes brain growth, is all these connections between the parts of your brain. So intrauterine, you're making cells and you're putting them in the right place. Extrauterine, after birth, you're then doing all of the connections to try to make your brain work the way it's supposed to work.
And what are the effects of childhood trauma on the brain?
So we know from a lot of experience with children who are raised in different environments, for example, poverty, war-torn environments, domestic abuse. Again, if you have a child that's exposed to a lot of emotional trauma, that the connections don't form properly. And the reason is, if you think about at my age, for example, if I decided that I wanted to be a world-class pianist, it would be impossible because I pruned out all the neurons that would make me a great piano player. And I've kept all the neuron connections that allow me to do what I do, right? This is why when you're a young child, it's easy to learn a language, and when you're older, it's much more difficult to learn a language, because when you're 40, you know, the connections that you would have needed to learn a language have been sacrificed so that you can do what other things that you do in your life. So when you're raised in an environment of chronic stress, then you actually prune, and prune means that you get rid of the neurons that do a certain function, or you get rid of the connections between neurons, kind of like how you prune a tree. So you prune the connections that allow you to go along the developmental trajectory to be a person who, you know, can function in society in a certain manner, and you go along a different developmental trajectory, which allows you to survive in the environment that you're in. But unfortunately, the skills that you develop to survive in a chronic stress environment are not necessarily the skills that you need to survive when you're not in that environment. And so you end up becoming a less functional adult or a non-functional adult. And we see this in, unfortunately, in children who are raised in any type of environment of chronic stress. So you're in this fight or flight type mode all the time, right? Where you're always trying to just survive, and you don't need the neurons that help you do other things that make you have more empathy or more flexibility or more capability to make abstract decision or complex decisions or abstract thought, and instead you focus all of your development on trying to survive the situation that you're in.
Can a developing fetus's brain be damaged by the stress a mother endures during pregnancy?
Yes, so there's literature, for example, mothers who are a victim of domestic violence, or mothers who don't have adequate nutrition, or unstable environment, that actually affects brain development of the fetus also. And that's because the hormones that the mother makes, the fight or flight hormones, can actually cross through the placenta to the baby and affect brain development even during that period.
And can a child's brain be damaged by witnessing violence and abuse?
Yes, as I said, being raised in an environment where there's domestic abuse, and it's not so much seeing it and having conscious memory, it's being in an environment that is unstable or stressful and having those hormonal surges during infancy and childhood that affect brain development.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with a demonstrative aid?
May.
So we have a model of the brain here. Can you please go through the model and explain to the jury the parts of the brain relevant to your testimony today and what the function of that part of the brain is?
Sure. So, and just to give a little background, you probably went through some of this with Dr. Snyder, but when you're looking at the brain, obviously we have two halves, right? So this would be the right hemisphere, and this would be the left hemisphere, and the two halves are actually connected by the corpus callosum, which I think you've heard about from Dr. Snyder. It's one of the areas that Mark had evidence of injury on neuroimaging. That connection I'll show you when we take it apart, but that's kind of a specific part of the brain that's commonly injured with any type of traumatic brain injury, for example. If we look at the brain then from the top, so this would be the frontal lobe, this would be the parietal lobe, this would be the occipital lobe in the back, and I'll show you the temporal lobe is kind of buried down on the side. And so the areas where Mark had abnormalities, he had abnormalities in the parietal lobe, which are important for visual processing of information. So visual spatial orientation, it's things like facial recognition, counting, processing visual stimuli, and also visual memory. And I know you'll hear testimony about that Mark has deficits in verbal and nonverbal memory, for example, and visual and memory impairments. And so visual memory is processed through the parietal lobe. The occipital lobe, which he does not have evidence of injury, and is more actually for vision itself. So people who have occipital lobe injuries, they're blind. That's not an area that is an issue for Mark. Take this out. Okay. So then if we take it out, again, just sort of to orient us, now we're looking at the bottom of the brain. And so this area is like falling apart, but this is your cerebellum. That's important for coordination. He doesn't have any issues, but I removed that so that we can get to the temporal lobes. So remember I said the temporal lobes were kind of buried down on the side. And so he had abnormalities in his temporal lobes.
Send us the term.
Of the brain. And so this area is like falling apart, but this is your cerebellum. That's important for coordination. He doesn't have any issues, but I removed that so that we can get to the temporal lobes. So remember I said the temporal lobes were kind of buried down on the side. And so he had abnormalities in his temporal lobes. The temporal lobes are important for auditory processing, so sound, auditory memory. So again, like verbal memory, for example, versus the parietal lobes are more for like nonverbal memory. And then the temporal lobes also help affect emotional regulation. So they process information through the limbic system. And the limbic system is things like the amygdala, for example, which was one of the areas that Mark also had abnormalities in. And we'll take this apart here. So this is corpus callosum here. That was, again, the connection between the two halves that Mark had an issue with. This is the brainstem. And if we kind of dig out the brainstem and we get deep in here, then we have, again, the amygdala kind of sits in here along with the basal ganglia, and it connects to the, what's called the limbic system, which really connects the temporal lobes and the frontal lobes. And so, I'm making sense of this, but so your temporal areas, which is where you process memory and store memory, the very middle part of that's referred to is the hippocampus, which is where it's important for memory storage. A lot of our memory is stored with auditory or olfactory or visual cues.
So I'm gonna object, it's just narrative.
No, so just a little bit directed, that's fine.
Sure.
All right, Dr. Nelson, Dr. Snyder testified yesterday that Mr. Wilson had several areas of abnormality in his brain scan. Can you please explain what the potential effects of these abnormalities were?
Sure. So maybe a shorter way to get to it is he mentioned the parietal lobe was one area that was abnormal. Again, that's for visual processing, visual memory. And again, things that come through the parietal lobe when we convert it to a memory goes to the hippocampus. For things that come from the temporal lobe, which is auditory memory, this auditory processing, where he also had an abnormality, then that means that those individuals who have those abnormalities have problems with visual and auditory recall. And so when you test them for verbal and nonverbal memory, you see deficits in their memory. The other thing though is he had abnormalities in the hippocampus, which again is for your memory, and he had evidence of abnormalities in like the amygdala, which is the structure that's for your limbic system. And limbic really is your fight or flight system. So when the limbic system gets activated, it makes your heart rate go up, it makes your pupils dilate, it makes you, ready to fight. And people who have limbic system abnormalities, they can have an over response to emotional stimuli. So they can become, they may cry, or they may get angry, or they may have other emotional type of abnormalities. And it's important because the limbic system is also controlled by the frontal lobes, which Mark has evidence of abnormalities on this neuropsych testing, which are supposed to rank down the limbic system. And so if you have a limbic system that's sort of overactive and telling you to do things because you have a frontal lobe system that's supposed to put the brakes on the limbic system, it's not working properly, then that's where people are impulsive, they make wrong decisions, they can't do abstract thinking or delayed gratification, and instead they're kind of like children. I think children are the classic example of somebody who has an overly active limbic system and not an active frontal lobe. And so, right, that's why you take your child to the store and they want a toy and they don't listen. That, you know, you don't want to buy them the toy because you don't have money or you don't have time, and they throw a tantrum and try to grab the toys, you know, hit you and whatever. That's a classic example of an overactive limbic system and a lack of frontal lobe inhibition, which is areas that are affected again in Mark.
All right, when you evaluated Mr. Wilson and reviewing the record briefs that you were sent, and also the reports from other doctors, did you come to find out that he had several head injuries?
Yes.
And what were those injuries?
So the several that were described, number one is he had a go-kart incident where he crashed his go-kart, flipped over the steering wheel, his bottom teeth went through, or the teeth went through his lip, and he struck his head. He also had at least one car accident in which a sibling, I believe, had a fracture, and again, he hit his head. He also had some motorcycle crashes. I think when he ran into the house, and also for Dad's deposition testimony, he would race motorcycles and have frequent crashes, but you know, never wore a helmet.
All right, and what do you mean by Mr. Wilson does not have a great memory without prompting?
So, and I think this comes back to, again, what was shown on his neurocognitive testing, is he has difficulty, if you just ask broad questions, he has difficulty coming up with an answer to describe something because he has impairments in verbal and nonverbal memory. And so if you just say, I don't know, tell me something about your childhood that was bad, I don't know, right? How do you pick from there? So if you're specific, then you can help guide him to the memory that he's trying to recall. So if you say, well, tell me about an example where you saw X, or tell me about an example where you struck your head, or tell me about an example where you crashed your motorbike, then the memory's there. He just can't pull it out of he has poor retrieval because of the deficits that he has in his verbal and nonverbal memory.
Did he appear to be trying to malinger or fake his symptoms?
No.
Do individuals with brain damage always have a low IQ or average, low, average, or borderline IQ?
No.
Can individuals with a low, average, or borderline IQ have issues with decision making?
Yes.
How?
So again, when you're making decisions, it's not just about IQ, because IQ really is how intelligent you are to do like answer specific guided questions on testing. But when you're trying to make complex decisions like abstract thought, like gratification, executive function, that's a much higher level. A classic example of that is your adolescent, right? Your 14-year-old child can do geometry and read Moby Dick and tell you about what it means, but they can't do common sense things like, you know, you shouldn't ride on the hood of your friend's car, or you shouldn't, you know, invite all your friends over and party while we're out of town. And that's because their frontal lobes don't work yet, because adolescents haven't developed it, full frontal lobe development. And so again, you know, your ability to make complex decisions or other things that involve, you know, executive function or frontal lobe function are independent of IQ. And that's why, you know, a lot of us have kids, right, who are really smart, but you have to always remind them, like, hello, you need your common sense. And I think common sense is kind of the layman's term for that executive function thing that's supposed to kick in and say, you know, like, don't put the book in your pocket just because you want it, that kind of thing.
And when speaking with Mr. Wilson, did he speak to you about his upbringing?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
Well, so number one, he told me he had a very unhappy childhood. In large part, it was due to a lot of different things. So number one, he witnessed a lot of drug and alcohol abuse by his parents and other people in his family. He was introduced to drug and alcohol at a very young age. So late childhood, he was already using both drugs and alcohol. And he unfortunately had a sustained pattern of that through much of his life. Furthermore, he witnessed domestic violence and violence by his father towards his mother, as well as other women that his father dated. But I think the biggest thing is he just felt a constant sense of never having a place to belong or never having any type of safety. You know, he was moved from state to state and home to home without any type of stability. He never had time to make friends. He never had time to, you know, establish himself in a school setting. Again, there was always this constant sense of wondering if he'd have enough to eat, wondering if he'd have clothes to wear, having his stuff taken from him or sold, you know, to pay for things, you know, like drugs by people in his family. You know, I think when I asked him to describe in one sentence what his childhood was like, he said really a constant sense of never feeling safe, never feeling that he had a home.
And would this traumatic and chaotic upbringing have had an effect on Mr. Wilson's growing and developing brain as a child?
Yes, I mean, again, he lived in an environment that his fight or flight instinct essentially had to be on all the time. Right? So he had to figure out what he was going to eat, what he was going to wear, and how he's going to take care of himself, and how he's going to take care of his siblings, because he didn't have a family who was providing for him in the way that they should. And unfortunately, that affects the development of that child into an adult.
That would go back to the pruning you talked about earlier.
Yes.
And can you please tell the jury what effect having PTSD has on someone's ability to remember and recount events?
Sure. And maybe somebody, you know, like a veteran, for example, who has PTSD from the war. So the hallmark of PTSD is that you have alterations in memory. Sometimes it can be perseverance of some memories that trigger, right? So like a veteran hears a backfire and they have an emotional breakdown because it brings back all the memories flooding back from the war. Or it can also be that memories are blocked out, so they don't remember things because they're too traumatic. They can't deal with the emotions that come up from that memory. And so literally the hallmark of PTSD is aberrant memory.
And can you please tell the jury what effect Mr. Wilson's PTSD, depression, and brain insults had on his memory?
So as demonstrated, obviously on his neuroimaging, he had abnormal findings, you know, on his brain, but also on his neurocognitive testing, he had abnormalities across multiple domains. Again, that's really a reflection of all of the injuries that occurred to his brain, you know, being raised in an environment of constant stress due to the various factors that we discussed, combined with the traumatic brain injuries, combined with, you know, chronic drug and alcohol abuse, and really combined with modeling, right? Like, how do we determine the type of person we're supposed to be in our life? We model our parents, right? They're the example that we look at. And if your parents don't provide a model for you on how to develop into a functional adult, unless you have somebody else who fills that gap, you're not going to develop along the trajectory to become a functional adult.
Can you please give an explanation as to why Mr. Wilson has difficulties with making choices?
So this comes back to the executive function deficits that we talked about. So again, when your limbic system is activated, your limbic system is all about now, what do I need to survive, right? Do I need to run? Do I need to steal? Do I need to fight? Do I need to, you know, whatever. And the limbic system is very primitive, but it develops because it's what helps us survive in situations where we need it. What's supposed to happen though is your frontal lobe or executive function is supposed to inhibit the limbic system, except when, you know, those times when the limbic system needs to sort of take over to help us make proper decisions. And unfortunately, in Mark's case, is the balance between his ability to inhibit the limbic system and the activity of the limbic system is tipped such that the limbic system is sort of rules the roost, I guess. And so again, he makes decisions impulsively rather than with thought.
How does Mr. Wilson's brain differ from a nourished, enriched brain without deficits when making choices?
So again, I mean, his brain didn't develop properly. So due to that pruning that we talked about, the connections between the various neurons and the various parts of his brain didn't develop such that he can make decisions using, sort of abstract thought or delayed gratification. And again, unfortunately, if the brain doesn't develop properly going through childhood, there's no way to go back and fix it. You can't take a pill and just fix the brain. The brain is unfortunately, permanently damaged if you're raised in an environment that doesn't promote proper brain development. And we see this not just with humans, but even animal studies. Like if you take monkeys, for example, and you deprive them from any type of interaction with their mother, then they actually grow up to be non-functional adult monkeys. They can't function because, again, the connections that they need to develop in order to become an adult of their species requires a proper environment, being raised by a parent that shows them love and caring.
Based on Mr. Wilson's brain damage and trauma that he has endured, do you believe he is an individual who intentionally tried to make wrong choices?
No.
Do you believe that Mr. Wilson lacked the ability to appropriately regulate his emotions at baseline?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Well, I think that, what we see is that throughout his life, in people who have difficulty managing their emotions or making decisions, often they self-medicate, and that's really what was done in this case. I mean, chronic drug and alcohol abuse, unfortunately, is often used by people who have a lot of emotional dysregulation and emotional instability, and so they use medications to try to modify that state. But that actually doesn't help in the long run. It actually makes it worse in the long run. And so it just causes additional injury to the brain and makes the person more and more unable to, make proper decisions or conform within the norms of society.
And do you believe at the time of the murder, Mr. Wilson was under the influence of an extreme mental or emotional disturbance?
Yes.
And what was that? Or what would be the reason for that?
So again, a couple things. So number one, at the time of the incident, he was sleep deprived and he was under the influence of different substances, including alcohol, methamphetamine, etc. And then number two, there was some type of stress involving his belief that his daughter was at risk of harm, either of sexual molestation or abuse or some other type of issue. But at least at that time, he believed to be true. And if you combine that with his underlying neurocognitive issues and sleep deprivation and drug intoxication, where he even describes that he gets auditory hallucinations, for example, then again, that makes something seem rational in that setting that when you're not in that setting, in retrospect, is clearly not rational. And again, I always come back to children, right? Children do things that to them seem completely rational, but they're not. And that's really, people who have brain cognitive dysfunction and combine that with drug and alcohol abuse, again, you're functioning at the level of a child.
And do you believe at the time of the murder, Mr. Wilson's capacity to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law was substantially impaired?
Yes.
And why do you believe that?
Well, again, I would say that, the combination of the various injuries to his brain, again, from, the environment that he was raised in, the traumatic brain injuries, the drug and alcohol abuse, the sleep deprivation, that all of these combined made it such that at that moment, he was unable to make proper decisions. He was unable to understand the ramifications of his actions, and at the time what he thought he was doing seemed to be the right decision. That obviously in retrospect was not. But at that time, it appeared to him to be the best decision.
Did you speak to Mr. Wilson about the two murders?
I did not.
Why not?
Well, for a couple of reasons. Because number one, if you look at the various statements and things like that, I think there is a lot of he has a lot of discrepancies in trying to describe the events around the for the situation around the event. And I think in part it's because he has a lot of memory issues. I mean, most of the questions that he's asked, he says he doesn't remember or he doesn't know. I think some of that's, again, people who have a traumatic experience often have memory issues, but we also know that just at baseline, he has memory issues. So, you know, I don't know if there's any value in rehashing what's already been laid out in a number of different transcripts.
And so you had the opportunity to review his transcript?
I did.
And Dr. Snyder testified yesterday, he talked about clinical correlation. What is that?
Well, clinical correlation just means that if you see an abnormality on imaging, that doesn't tell you how that necessarily manifests. You then want to look at the actual patient and see what clinical symptoms or signs that they have. And so that can be, you know, a neurological exam, or it also can be neurocognitive testing. And really the most sensitive way to determine the effect of brain injury on a patient's function is to do neurocognitive testing, where you actually do standardized tests and you test things like verbal and nonverbal memory, executive function, you know, intelligence. You'll get some testimony on that where you go through these standardized tests and you can compare them to norms. You also can compare them to people who have the same IQ. And so that's where IQ is helpful. If you see that somebody has a normal IQ or slightly low IQ, but you see significant impairments in certain aspects of the testing, then that is a clinical correlation with the injury seen on imaging.
Is it your understanding that Dr. Kropp performed that testing?
He did, yes.
And reviewing the areas of Mr. Wilson's brain that show areas of damage, do you believe, in your opinion as a neurologist, that there is clinical correlation for the existence of a brain injury?
Yes, the testing done by Dr. Kropp demonstrated deficits in the areas that were shown to be abnormal, as discussed by Dr. Snyder.
Can you say when these injuries occurred?
No, again, I would say the injuries are a constellation of all of the injuries to his brain over his lifetime. You know, at the end of the day, his brain is what it is, and it's a combination of everything from, you know, any injuries that occurred during the intrauterine environment up through the time of testing.
So it could have happened while he was still in the womb or shortly thereafter?
Yes, it could have been while he was in the womb, during childhood, or throughout the, you know, adolescence, early adult life.
In your opinion, for our purposes today, does it matter whether Mr. Wilson's brain was injured by a car accident or before his birth?
No, again, at the end of the day, it is what it is.
And are all the opinions that you shared with the jury today within your reasonable degree of medical and neurological certainty?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
State cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Morning, doctor. How you doing, sir?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. So first, you testified that you charged $500 an hour. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition in this case, sir?
I do.
Remember testifying in the deposition?
Yes,
Sworn to tell the truth?
yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge? On page 45, line 4 through 6. You can look at that and read it, sir. Just look for page 45, line 4 through 6. And then if you read past that through 11.
Okay.
And do you remember how much you're charging an hour now, sir?
Oh, I don't see on what you gave me, but I mean, I can tell you my typical rate is
No. I'm asking you to read your deposition. Okay, so let's read here. Page 45, you're on 47, so 45 is the page we're going to.
Took the page in.
Yeah, that's why I said 45. Okay, so if you can read 4 through 11, it might help you.
Okay.
How much you charging, sir?
I think what I said here was, I think it's 450 or 500.
Can you please read on? Read on and I'll ask you a question.
Yes, I said, can you pull it up so we have an idea, just don't wing it, and I said, sure, it's 600.
Right, so I asked you how much you're paid. You said
Yes.
4 to 500, and I asked you to actually check. And you actually testified just, what, a week ago, that it was 600?
Well, that's my typical rate, I just didn't remember what it was for this case.
But you looked it up a week ago, and you said it was 600. You forget today?
Move on.
Okay, so you put in 30 hours at least,
Yeah, I'd say that's reasonable.
so $18,000, right?
Yes,
Plus another, what, $15,000 for coming down here to testify?
I don't know, I'd have to look at the contract.
So what do you think it would cost you to come down, take your time and testify?
I don't remember, for different cases, sometimes it's billed by hourly and sometimes it's billed as a flat fee, I don't recall what it was in this case.
So you didn't look at that before you came?
No, I do it afterwards on the billing.
Do you remember we went through that in your deposition too?
We probably did, I just don't recall, again, I don't look at the billing stuff until I do the billing.
Right. So in your deposition, we talked about it and you had said that you were not doing a flat rate, this one was gonna be hourly. Remember that? Do you want me to have you read it?
I mean, I'll go with whatever I said, whatever's on the contract. Again, I don't recall the specifics.
Okay, so you're gonna get at least $25,000 from this case, right? Do you agree?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably reasonable.
Okay, and you, make about $100,000 to $150,000 a year doing this kind of work, correct?
Yes,
And in your time, sir, you have testified, I guess, 4 or 5, well, maybe 5 or 6 times in death penalty cases, correct?
I don't know the exact number, but that sounds probably accurate.
Okay, and 95% of the time it's for the defense, correct?
Well, I think in the state of Florida, I've done mostly defense cases. If I look outside the state of Florida, then I've done more cases for the prosecution.
Okay, well, I'm asking you specifically on death penalty.
Yes, I think for death penalty, it's been more for the defense.
Okay, well, do you remember saying it's at least 95%?
Well, I would have to do the math. I mean, I think I've done.
Maybe I could refer you to your deposition.
Yes.
If you can go to page. Look at page 50 if you can. And I'll have you read page line. Let's start at line 14 through 17. And just read that to yourself, then I'll just ask you the question again.
Okay.
And how much do you testify in death penalty cases for the defense? Percentage-wise.
Percentage-wise? You're asking me from what's in the transcript, or you're asking me in
Well,
general?
the transcript was you testifying truthfully, right?
Yes.
Okay, and in the transcript, didn't you say like 95% would have been for the defense and maybe 5% for the state, and your answer was yeah?
Well, I think what I went on and clarified that answer, though. I said I do about 50-50 between defense and prosecution. I would agree that for defense case, capital murder cases, that the majority have been for the defense, so yes.
Right, you'd agree with that, right?
Yes.
You come in and try, and when you met with Mr. Wilson, he knew you were hired by his team to help you, right? Help him?
I'm assuming yes.
Yeah, well, did you tell him? I mean, if you just jumped on Zoom with him standing there looking at you, don't you think he'd be surprised?
Well, I mean, I did inform him that I was retained by his attorney, but I'm assuming that also the attorney had told him some information.
Okay. You've been retained by Ms. Peoples on other death penalty cases, correct?
There may have been at least one other, yes.
Okay. The majority of the patients you see, though, are children. You'd agree? That's your specialty?
Yeah, I would say that 85% of them are pediatric.
Okay. And you said you're board certified in pediatric neurology, right?
Yeah, technically it's neurology with special qualification in child neurology.
Right. So I was trying to figure out, though, is there those people who do that in Florida who have that certification?
I would assume, yeah, there's any major medical center would have child neurologists.
Would it surprise you that there's over 150 of those in Florida?
Yeah.
Objection relevance.
Just trying to illustrate that he's out of
Question
state.
Dave, move on to the next. You can argue the points later.
So you never got, when we did the deposition originally, you formulated your opinion at that time, right? About what he was doing during the time of the crime, correct? Your thoughts?
Well, I formulated my opinions off the information that I had, and then since that time, I've reviewed additional information.
Right, you remember that before you formulated your opinion that at the time of the capital felony, he was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional distress or disturbance, and the capacity of him to appreciate what he was doing at the time, his conduct. Before, when we did your deposition, you hadn't reviewed his statement at all, had you, sir?
No, I had only reviewed some shorter like summaries, and then I had reviewed information in other expert reports or documents.
So when you were testifying previously that at the time of the crime, there was these certain issues with his mental functioning, you did that before even reviewing any information about at the time of the crime, correct?
So as I stated in my deposition, that was based upon the constellation of injuries that he had suffered. In other words,
I don't think that was the question I asked you. So I think the question was, you made that decision before even reviewing anything at the time of the crime, right? Simple yes or no?
I had not reviewed his statement. I had reviewed other testimony and other documents.
So how much of his statement did you review?
I believe all of it. I mean, it was several hundred-page statement.
Did you watch it?
I did not watch the video. I just read the transcript.
So you didn't actually get the context of what he was saying, correct?
I think I got the context. I mean, I read the transcript closely.
Okay, well, let's be specific about that. So what does he say happened before the murder?
Well, I think it depends on where you read it. So I think when you read through his transcript, it's a little bit difficult to piece together exactly the timeline because there's some variable statements about what he did or what time things were done at.
Let's be specific, because you're testifying about at the time of the crime. Specifically, before he even comes off that he did the murder to the police, what does he tell them about his timeline?
Well, I mean, number one, he certainly in the testimony talks about his sleep deprivation and use of methamphetamine for several days leading up to the timeline or up to the event.
Okay.
And then that morning, he talks about going to the store, going to get gas for the car, going to the doctor appointment for his girlfriend.
So he has a pretty good memory of what he did starting at, you remember what time he said he went to the store?
I don't remember specifically, maybe 8 or 9 o'clock, something like that.
So if he had said 6 or 6:30 in his statement, you would go with that. You'd agree that?
Yeah, I don't recall specific times.
Well, and he says that he does that, and he actually remembers exactly what he gets at the store. You remember that?
I think he got gas, and then I think his girlfriend, Cindy, went into the store.
You don't recall him saying in his statement that he went in and needed to get a specific coffee for the family, and then he went and got specific donuts for his child?
Yeah, there was that trip to the store, and then they went back to get gas, and then I think Cindy went and bought something with part of the $10 or something
Sure.
that her father had given them.
So he's given a pretty good recitation of his time window. What does he say he does after he goes to the store the first time? Comes back with donuts and with coffee. What does he do after that?
He said he comes back and lays around watching TV or something for a bit.
Does he do anything else?
He plays with his daughter, spends some time with his daughter.
Do you recall him saying they're folding laundry?
Yes, they were doing laundry, something about they didn't have power in their place, and so they were trying to catch up on laundry.
Okay, so far, he's got a pretty good memory of what's going on. You'd agree of what happened before the murder?
Yes, I mean, that memory seems appropriate.
Right, and he in fact says him and his girlfriend have sex, right? Remember
Yes.
that? Okay, so he's reciting to the police a pretty vivid memory. This person who has a cognitive issue where it has to be specific questions, he's giving a good overview to the police of what they did that morning, right?
Yes, he's providing a good history.
No issues with blackouts at that point when he's talking to the police, no issues with, not understanding what's going on, no issues with, I forgot this or that. He's giving them a good recitation, right? We're talking about up to the time before he murders the kids, right?
Yes.
Okay. So and we'll come back to that in a moment. Let's talk about, did you review the 3 statements that were taken at 12 o'clock, which would have been a couple hours after the murder that were reported by the police?
No, the only one I saw was the long statement that was provided to me.
You would agree that 3 statements that are recorded for you to listen to would have been beneficial for you to tell his mindset, what was going on at the time and how he was thinking. Would you agree?
They may have, it would be speculative for me to say what impact they would have had without having listened to them.
You weren't provided those, were you?
No.
Okay, so you didn't have something in super close proximity to the time of the crime for you to review about his mental thought and process, correct?
No, I have just his statement that was provided.
Did you talk to any of the police officers who came in contact with him hours after the murder?
No.
Did you talk to any of them to get his mental thoughts, mental impressions?
No.
Okay, did you talk to any of the family members who had interaction with him? Anybody who might know what he was thinking, what was going through his mind just a couple hours after the murder?
No.
Did you listen to the car recording with his mother where he confesses to the crime and is talking to his mom?
No, the recording is mentioned in the transcript, but I did not actually listen to it.
Right, that would have been something beneficial for you. If you're making a decision about what happens around or at the time of the murder or during the murder, don't you think something talking about the murder would be beneficial for you to have?
Well, again, so my opinion is really based on more his constellation of.
So I know you want to go and talk about something different, but my question to you was, don't you think that would be important for you to have something about talking about at the time of the murder?
Objection asked and answered.
I mean, I would say without having listened to it, I can't say what impact it would have had.
Okay, but would you have liked to listen to it?
Oh, yeah, I mean, if it had been sent to me, I would have listened to it.
Not provided to you?
No.
Did you review any other statements of any other witnesses in the case?
No, I just reviewed the transcripts that were provided to me.
Of who?
The father, of stepmother, and then of the various sex person both sides.
Right, so you didn't get any witness statements from people actually in close proximity coming in contact with him?
No.
Okay. Did you review any of the autopsy photographs?
No.
Okay. Did you review any of the scene photographs?
No.
Did you review a letter that the defendant wrote probably about 2 or 3 hours or 4 hours before he killed the boys, talking about his mental impressions?
No, I didn't see the letter. I just saw a reference to it in the statement that he gave.
Did you ask for that from the defense so you could review it to make an opinion?
No.
Was that provided to you?
No.
Did you review any of his jail calls with his family members to have an insight into his cognitive functioning and how he communicates with people?
No.
Let's talk about TBI, the traumatic brain injury you're saying he had from the car crashes or from the incidences, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you would agree with me that symptoms of a TBI could be convulsions or seizures, right?
Could be.
Right. Still no documentation, no evidence of convulsions or seizures from him, right?
I'm not aware of that in the records.
Right. I mean, anything of epilepsy. See anything of that?
No.
That's another sign of the TBI, right?
It could be. Yes.
Do you see anything about clear fluids from his nose or ears being reported?
No, I mean, that would imply a fracture. I don't see any evidence in the records.
Right. But that's also a symptom of a TBI, right? Could be.
Yeah, I mean, these symptoms would be a pretty severe TBI or something in the ICU. Yes.
Any inability to awaken from being asleep?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right.
Other than when he's used drugs, perhaps.
Right. And what about problems with speech? See any problems with his speech when you spoke to him?
I didn't notice any problems. I mean, I would defer if there was any evidence on the neurocognitive testing to Dr. Crum.
But you conversed with him for about an hour and a half, right? 2 hours maybe?
Yes, I mean, he was able to carry on conversations.
You see any problems with dizziness or loss of balance for him in any of the records?
No, I don't recall seeing that.
Any blurred vision issues?
No.
Any ringing in the ears?
Well, I don't recall him saying that he had any of those symptoms.
A what?
I don't think he had any of those symptoms. I did.
Well, I'm just going through the long list. You're saying he had a TBI, so I'm going through all the symptoms that a practitioner like yourself might look for to diagnose that, right? These are things you'd want to look for?
You don't want to look for them in the acute setting. I mean, obviously, if he had a TBI many years ago, then these symptoms would not be present. Currently, these would be things that potentially could have been present at that time. I found his recall of the events to be fairly poor.
Right, so let me ask you this then. You don't have any evidence of any of these symptoms of a TBI that were acute at the time reported anywhere, right? No one, from any of the depositions you read, no medical records, nothing indicative of any of these signs of a symptom of a TBI, right? Except for what you're seeing now about his memory issues and what's on this brain scan, correct?
Yeah, the only other thing would be Dad's testimony, where he said that after the car accident, he felt that Mark was more clumsy or less coordinated or never quite the same after the accident, which would go along with the TBI, but that's the only information. That's the only evidence I'm aware of that's in any transcript.
Right, and did you ask Mark about that?
I did. He didn't really recall the specifics.
So the person who would have all these issues going forward from, let's say, 13 on, about loss of coordination, maybe a little more clumsy, they didn't report that any of it to you?
I think he has difficulty recalling the details. So honestly,
No. So I'm not asking about details of that. I'm asking about going forward from 13 on. Did Mr. Wilson report to you at all that he's clumsy, he can't have coordination, he's not good at keeping track of what's going on with his physical, faculties? Did he report that to you?
Objection, asked and answered.
so I wouldn't say he has particular coordination issues. I think it was more the father noticed before and after. I don't think Mark had enough insight to recognize if there was a difference before and after. I mean, this was also a time period where there were a lot of other things going on. Like that was when he first started to use illicit substances. He had certainly a lot of other issues going on at that time.
Sure. So let's just try. The question is, did Mark report to you any sort of issues with his balance, with his dexterity, with his ability to function like a normal person? I'm not asking you to compare it to before, but did Mark ever indicate any of those to you?
Objection, argumentative.
I don't believe he complained of any of that.
Okay. You would agree he had no weakness, numbness, or dizziness, right?
Yes, I mean, not by history. Again, I didn't physically lay hands on him, but at least by history, he didn't have any.
And when you spoke to Mark, he never reported to you that he hit his head in that car crash, correct?
No, he did. He reported that he hit his head. He thought that he had some type of head injury, but I don't think he recalled the specifics of it. And just to add to that,
You don't have to add, it's just a question.
Well,
No, but it's in response to questions, Doctor. I know you want to add stuff.
Other council have a chance to follow up after.
Sure.
We'll come back to that in a minute. Let's move on to, you mentioned that he was having auditory hallucinations?
Yes.
Okay. What did he tell you about those, sir?
Just that he would hear voices when he would be under the influence of drugs.
Okay. What did those voices tell him to do?
I don't know that they specifically told him to do things. I certainly saw it mentioned in the deposition transcript of one of the state witnesses also.
Sure. I'm not asking you, I'm asking you, when you spoke to him, what did he tell you about those?
That they would talk to him, but he didn't have any specifics about them telling him to do something. He just said that they would, hear them mumble, or he would see shadow people.
So he sees shadow people, but they never told him to do anything, right? No.
You're on case 2020 CF 1021 State versus Wilson. All parties are again present. The defendant is present. The jury is not currently in the room. We have a problem with the juror that we could bring to the attention of the parties. Juror number 5. Is telling staff and has told other jurors she has a cruise that she's leaving on Saturday, and she's missing out, and that she was promised that she would be finished by then. I have concerns about her ability to participate as a juror and not feel rushed at this point. I am not certain we will have to finish by Saturday, given the pace that we're going at, and the issues that we're tackling. If the parties would like to volunteer, or we can do that.
Judge, we don't have a problem if you want to dismiss or we want an alternate.
However, Your Honor, if defense could just have a brief moment so we could,
Maybe you can- And just to let you know, my notes don't reflect anything about a trip on Saturday, but of course, I didn't take a verbatim recording of what she said. The original juror number was 16.
Your Honor, if we could bring in juror number 5 and speak to her. However, because of the timeline of things, if the court would allow some testimony first. I'm not sure about the state's witness, but defense witness, Bill Burry, has some time constraints. So if we could at least take his testimony and then bring the juror.
It's the nature of the system.
It's very brief, Your Honor. It's clarification regarding the deposition. Defense understood the court's position yesterday is the state's argument. So Mr. Bilberry is illuminating what he meant by stealing in the conduct disorder.
Is this a proper or testimony? Do you, I mean, you want the jury to hear it?
No, he's testifying as part of the defense motion and when he referenced them.
All right, you do it first.
Thank you.
I think just, could we address the juror at lunch then, depending on how long we go, because we have Dr. Negan, who's on the time constraint. Yes, sir, thank you.
Commences an agreement.
All right, very good. We'll do that. All right, and you wanted me to hear some testimony from Mr. Pilgrim.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Dr. Negan is currently in the room still. You want to get him right?
I defer to the state.
I'd rather just keep him there, so we don't have the issues. And he's an expert, so he's entitled to,
He can hear.
and it's not going to affect his testimony. Anyways.
That's fine. We can do that. All right, Mr. Bilbrey, if you're able to hear me, if you could please unmute your device.
And Judge, if we could just address that motion later, after this next witness.
Okay.
But I just want to make sure we get Dr. Negan up for you.
So just to be clear, so meaning we're bringing the jury for Nika's testimony and then have a hearing and argument on.
Sure.
Okay.
That'll work. Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
You can see they're not here yet.
Judge, on Zoom here, are we able to put Dr. Negan as the, like usually I have an option to pin that person?
I'm making this call.
Okay, perfect.
And if you change your computer to where it's viewing the speaker, it should bring you up as a big.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
Leave your audio on and the quote.
Yes, sir. Dr. Negan, can you just make sure you can hear us and
I
respond?
can hear you and I can do screen share like this. We're good.
Okay, thank you,
hear me
sir.
Okay, and see me good?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Excellent.
Notice the jury One question, you're going to ensure by show of hands that you have not done any outside research, you have not had any discussions with any other persons at all about this case, and you have not watched any news articles about this case. There's need a further response from all. Statement first, witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state would call Dr. Jeffrey Negan. He is on Zoom, Judge.
Thank you. Dr. Negan, if you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Dr. Negan, can you please introduce yourself to the jury, tell them what you do for work and what your job is, sir?
Sure. My name is Jeffrey Negan. I'm a medical doctor and MD. I'm a diagnostic radiologist, which is someone who interprets X-rays, MRIs, CAT scans, ultrasounds, all the studies you get if you go to a hospital or an outpatient center to determine what's wrong with you. That's my job. I've been doing that for almost 30 years now in private practice. I work at a trauma center in Lee County, Florida, Fort Myers, which has been in the news a lot lately, not for the best of reasons with the hurricane. I'm also a neuroradiologist, meaning I have additional training and board certification in a subspecialty of radiology, which is the brain and the spine. So I have additional training and certification and expertise in interpreting MRIs of the brain, PET scans of the brain, and things like that.
Do you mind telling the jury what your educational background is, sir?
Sure. I went to college at Brandeis University in Waltham, Massachusetts for 4 years and got my bachelor's degree. I went to the University of Miami School of Medicine in Miami, Florida, and got my medical degree, my MD, after 4 years. Then I did my residency, which is my training in radiology for 4 years at the University of South Florida College of Medicine in Tampa, Florida. That's where I learned to be a radiologist. Then, as I alluded to earlier, I did additional training called a fellowship. Not everyone does that in neuroradiology. And I did that also with the University of South Florida College of Medicine in Tampa, Florida. And I received board certification by the American Board of Radiology as both a neuroradiologist and a diagnostic radiologist. And I've been practicing ever since in Fort Myers, Florida for almost 30 years now, practicing both diagnostic radiology and neuroradiology.
In your practice in Fort Myers, how many doctors are in your radiology group, sir?
It's a bit fluid, but between 25 and 30. It's a large practice. We have people retiring and we're hiring new people. And we have 6 different hospitals, including a stroke center, Lee Memorial Hospital, which is a level 2 trauma center where they fly in people every hour, every half hour from a very large radius. We have a children's hospital, Golisano Children's Hospital, and multiple outpatient centers. So we're a large practice and we provide 24-hour coverage for the whole health system in Lee County, Florida. And
are you one of the partners at that practice, sir?
I am, yes.
Let me ask you a question in reference to you on a daily function. What do you do daily? Like you wake up, not shower, none of that, but work-wise.
I usually do shower, but taking that aside, I worked last night, which is why I'm a little tired this morning. I worked about 2 a.m. as I work shifts. I worked yesterday from 4 p.m. until about 2 a.m. So we work different shifts each day. That's why I'm available now, because I'm not working this morning, my regular job, that is. But yes, I usually work between 8 and 10-hour shifts in front of a computer, reading X-rays and MRIs and CAT scans from all the different hospitals and outpatient centers. And I do about 30-40% of my time doing neuroradiology, which is imaging of the brain and the spine. But I read all kinds of imaging studies of all age people, all parts of the body.
When you read imaging, are you also, some of the imaging you read for MRIs, CAT scans, and PET scans, do those entail traumatic brain injuries?
Probably every 20 minutes, unfortunately, because being a level 2 trauma center, we're the only level 2 trauma center between Tampa and Miami. So as a result, within about a 100-mile radius, or even more, they're flying people in by helicopter and driving them by ambulance, all the traumas. It could be something as simple as falling in the bathroom and banging your head. It could be a major car accident. It could be a gunshot, stabbing, all kinds of stuff. But every 10, 20 minutes, yes, there's people coming in for traumatic issues, traumatic brain injuries, traumatic neck injuries, back injuries, and they're getting CAT scans, X-rays, and MRIs constantly.
Have you been hired as an expert witness before in civil cases? We'll start with.
Absolutely, yes.
How many civil cases do you approximately think you've worked on? Not like an exact number, but would be in the hundreds?
In the thousands.
Okay. And you're called on for your expertise in neuroradiology in those cases?
That is correct. That's over the last 25 years we're talking, just to be clear. It's not in the last week or something.
Yes, sir. In reference to criminal cases, have you been hired to be an expert witness in criminal cases before?
Yes, I have.
And when you're hired, do you work like for the defense and also for the state attorney's office or prosecution? Have you been hired by both?
Yes, close to 50-50, a little bit more for the defense. I've done probably more for the defense in these types of capital cases. I've probably done 2/3 for the defense or maybe even 3/4 for the defense, but I don't pick and choose. Doesn't change my opinions. Whoever hires me, I tell them what the imaging shows. That's my role as a radiologist.
Have you testified in court as an expert before?
Yes, many times.
Can you estimate about how many times? It doesn't have to be exact. Are you talking like 10, 20, 50, 100?
Over 200.
Have you offered an expert opinion in neuroradiology before dealing with PET scans, CAT scans, and MRIs?
Yes, over 100 times.
And over your career, I know you deal with a lot of PET scans, CAT scans, and MRIs. Would it be in the thousands or tens of thousands that you've reviewed over your career?
Absolutely. Last night alone, I probably read 40 MRIs. So not every day is the same number, but I probably read 200 a week. So that's almost 10,000 a year. And you multiply that by 20 something years, you're talking 250,000 MRIs, maybe. A very rough number. Don't hold me to that one.
Yes, sir. And likewise, not as many CAT scans and PET scans because those aren't as common, but you've read in the hundreds, if not thousands of those.
Actually, CAT scans are more common. That's the first study they do when you come to the emergency room is a CAT scan of your head and neck. Everybody gets CAT scans. I probably read 10 times as many CAT scans. PET scans are much less common. You're correct. We don't do that many PET scans. That's more for cancer imaging. We don't do many PET scans for brain injuries or Alzheimer's disease, not compared to the number we do for cancer imaging, which is the main application.
Now, Dr. Deegan, were you asked to consult or review some scans of Mark Wilson in reference to some scans taken on June 30th of 2022?
I was, yeah.
And what were you sent? Were you just sent those scans? That's it?
That's it. Yes, that's as a radiologist, that's all I review. I don't examine patients in my regular practice, and I'm certainly not going to do something outside of my expertise when I do a review in the legal arena. So I simply interpret imaging, tell you what it shows and what may have caused it and how long it's been there.
Did you have an opportunity to review? Let's start with an MRI that was performed on Mr. Wilson.
I did. It was performed on June 30th of 2022.
Now, your practice didn't do the imaging. You just received that from I guess it was sent from us from a different imaging center.
Yes, a place called Precision Imaging Center, but it doesn't matter who performs it. All MRI machines acquire imaging the same way. Depending on the quality of the machine, they might look slightly different, but this is a high quality image, similar to what we do in our practice.
If you can just walk us through, and you know, I'll try and let you explain it and maybe ask a few questions, but tell us what you observed in reviewing the MRI and the locations you might have observed the items. Then we'll talk about what they are and, you know, the relevance.
Sure. Is it okay if I show the images?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to do screen share. Please tell me if you can see what I'm showing. I hope you can.
Yes, sir. And if we can, just, is this actually how a real doctor would look at it? It's not in a PowerPoint. You would look at it like
I'm
this?
showing you the actual study as it was provided to me and as the reading radiologist actually read it. There's multiple ways they could display it to look at the images, but I'm going to show you this is the actual study on a CD. And it wouldn't be on a CD when they read it, but it would be otherwise exactly the same. Okay. So I'm going to show you a couple different types of images. The first one I'm going to show you, which is not that one. Here it is. I'm sorry. Okay. This is the brain here, this whole thing. The outside is the skull, the black is the skin, the sort of grayish area here is the skull, and inside here, all this white is the brain. The black here is cerebral spinal fluid, just fluid. That's in the ventricles, and you also have fluid around the brain, the little black areas. That's about as much as I'm going to teach you today. I don't think I'll make anyone a radiologist, unfortunately, in 2 minutes, but
we might want to get paid like one. No,
well,
I'm sorry, doctor.
We'll leave that for another day. But that being said, this is the front, and this is the back of the head back here. So they're laying on their back, and you're looking up from the feet up to the head. That's why this is the right side of the patient, and this is the left side of the patient. It seems reversed, but I just want to orient everybody. And this is a special type of image. As you can see on the left here, they did a lot of different images. This is a particularly useful one. It's called a FLAIR image, FLAIR. That's an acronym. It stands for Fluid Attenuation Inversion Recovery. Now, I know that's a lot of big words. What does that mean in English? It means they make the fluid look black instead of white, which it usually does. That way, if there's any scarring in the brain, you can see it. Scarring is just the fancy word for that is gliosis. Scarring in the brain is called gliosis. We want to look for any white areas that jump out. And when we scroll through all these images of the brain, these are slices through the brain at different places. What we can see is, you see that tiny little white dot there? Hopefully you can see it.
We can see it, doctor.
It's pretty tiny, but there is a little white dot there. And another white dot here. This one you can see better. 2 little white dots here in the white matter. This is the white matter. All this gray stuff is the white matter. What is white matter? It's the connections of the brain. All of this white on the outside of the brain is called the gray matter. That's a different type of a cell that controls your body and sends impulses down your spinal cord and controls things. So the white matter is the connections. So we have 2 little dots in this white matter. This is the left side of the brain towards the back of the brain called the parietal lobe. Those are 2 little scars. They could be there for 20 years. They could have been born with it. We don't know what the cause is, but we'll talk about that. Finally, there's a 3rd scar. Can you see that little white dot here?
Yes, sir.
That's in the front of the head. This area is called the corpus callosum. What is the corpus callosum? Well, I'm going to show you a really cool picture. I like showing pictures. I think it makes things easier to understand. The corpus callosum is the connection between the left and right sides of the brain. This is a better picture of the corpus callosum. This is the corpus callosum, this structure here. This is looking from the side of the head. And that little scar, it's hard to see on here, but you can see it, that tiny little white dot there. That's pretty small, but there's a little scar in the front of the corpus callosum. So this person has 3 little scars in their brain. Do most people have scars in their brain? We all do as we age, varying numbers and amounts. What causes scarring in the brain?
There's no question.
Well,
Maybe if you could wait for Mr. Lewis to.
Yes, sir.
Another question.
So
Sorry,
Dr.
I'm sorry.
Negan, yeah, no worries. Can you explain, do people, all people have scarring in their brain? And would that be common to see?
not all people do, but as we age, everybody does, yes. The older we are, everyone over 50 has some scars, usually. Certainly over 60, everybody does, yes. What causes scarring? Microvascular ischemic change is the most common. What does that mean? Little microscopic blood vessels get blocked up and causes scarring. And you don't have any symptoms from it. You don't even know you have it. We all have this as we age. It's called aging. And diabetes, high blood pressure, those things can contribute to it. If you have them, they can make those little blood vessels get blocked up. What other things can cause scarring? Birth injuries. These are very common areas that have birth injuries, meaning when you're born.
I have no question.
Can I continue?
Yes, you may, Doctor. I'm going to overrule the objection.
When you're born, if not enough oxygen or blood flow goes to your brain, that can cause scarring in these very specific areas. These are common areas to get birth injuries.
And
Lastly,
oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, additional things that can cause scarring are trauma. If you have an injury to your brain, infections, inflammation of blood vessels, and even migraine headaches. So we don't know what the cause of scarring is just by looking at an MRI. We can look at the locations and things like that. We don't know if it's been there for 2 years or 20 years by looking at this. There are some other findings. You asked me what all the findings are on here.
Let me, I'm going to ask you a few questions in between and then we'll get to the
Sure.
next finding. In reference to this, when there's the two scarrings on the parietal, I guess, lobe and the corpus callosum, are those, if someone has those and if you've seen them before, do they necessarily mean someone's going to be impaired in their cognitive functioning?
Absolutely not. They have that you can't predict. Most people who have little scars have no symptoms from it, and it doesn't have any meaning whatsoever. It's common to have little scarring in the brain, and we can't predict from the MRI what symptoms someone's going to have.
Now, did you find in the MRI any damage or issues with the temporal lobes at all?
Well, that's what I was about to say, but I'm glad you brought that up. These are the temporal lobes, which is the side of the brain. They look completely normal. There's no scarring. There's no shrinkage. Because if you damage your brain, it may not work well and it starts to shrink up. Either the whole brain can shrink up or the area that's damaged could shrink up. And they even went an extra level on this case and did some very specialized imaging, which is good in this case because they did everything possible. They did this it's a neuroquant study, where it uses a computer to measure the volume of parts of the brain to see if there's any shrinkage. Even though I could look and say there's none, they used artificial intelligence, basically, a computer algorithm, and it measured the hippocampus on both the left and right side. What is the hippocampus? That's the temporal lobes you asked me about. And these charts show that the left hippocampus is actually bigger than average. It's about 55th percentile, so that's normal, or actually 59th percentile, I'm sorry. And the left is right about average at the 42nd percentile. So they're both on the bell curve, perfectly normal. So we know there's no evidence for any injury in the temporal lobes on the MRI. There's no shrinkage. There's no abnormal scarring. And lastly, they did something called DTI imaging, which is the most, it's the newest technique, I should say. It's called diffusion tensor imaging. And it's gotten a lot of attention in the last 10 or 15 years. It makes very cool images, these color images here. What it does, it's a different form of using the MRI machine, and it checks for the structural integrity of the white matter in the brain to see if there's injury to the white matter. Now, it's still somewhat investigational, but it is being used more and more. That being said, in this case, it shows the white matter to be normal in the entire brain with no evidence for loss of integrity or injury to any of the white matter in terms of how it's functioning. This is a little more functional. It shows the diffusion of water in and out of the cells in 3 different directions and how the white matter is. I know I'm not going to be able to teach you how to read these. Very cool images, the black and white. It even shows that corpus callosum here where that scar is completely normal. It shows that parietal lobe back here where that scarring is completely normal. So even though you have a little scarring, it shows no abnormalities with the white matter in terms of how it's functioning. So we don't see any abnormalities except for a couple little scars on the brain. Otherwise, it's normal. But there was one more important finding I neglected. When we look at the brain, we do a special technique called susceptibility weighted imaging. That's what this is. What it looks for is hemosiderin. Why is that important? If you ever had an injury to the brain, if there's ever any blood in the brain, ever in your life, it leaves a stain. Because when the blood goes away, hemosiderin is a blood product and it stains the brain potentially. And this can detect if you ever had bleeding in your brain ever in your life. It would leave a black spot in the brain. It's very obvious. And this person has never had bleeding. It's completely normal. So they've never had any bleeding in the brain. They have no shrinkage of the brain. There's no, the DTI study shows no abnormality of the white matter. They do have a couple little scars. We have no idea how they got there, how long they've been there, and if they have any meaning whatsoever just looking at the MRI, because many people have little scars throughout their life, varying numbers and depending upon how you lived your life and things that have happened throughout your life, different insults.
And doctor, when you look at the hundreds, if not thousands of TBI brain scans that you look at normally, this one in comparison to those others, is this really minor with this scarring, like nothing really even to notice on it for you?
Well, this wouldn't be traumatic brain injury. This would not be something suggestive of traumatic brain injury. These are just a couple little scars. We don't know how they got there. It doesn't exclude traumatic brain injury. MRI never does. You'd have to do an autopsy to exclude traumatic brain injury. And luckily, we don't do autopsies in live people. So that being said, I do review MRIs for the NFL, the National Football League, and the football players, and I read them all the time on behalf of the NFL. So I'm very familiar with chronic traumatic encephalopathy and traumatic brain injury. This would be very nonspecific and not highly suggestive of traumatic brain injury due to the lack of any shrinkage, no hemosiderin, a couple little scars that could have been a birth injury, could have occurred when they were a child, could be just with migraine headaches. We don't really know why they're there, but nothing about this is suggestive of any significant traumatic brain injury, no.
And just to clarify, I think we talked about it, but in looking at scans like this, where there's those three little scars, that doesn't mean that person has any cognitive, memory, or brain issues. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. Having a couple little scars has no meaning whatsoever on a clinical standpoint. You can't predict clinical significance based on a couple little scars. Most people have little scars and have no symptoms from them whatsoever.
Dr. Deacon, did you also look at the PET scan / CAT scan?
I did.
Can you explain like how those two work together? And
Sure.
Real fast, I wanted to ask you, when the manufacturer of the product of the MRI scans and the person who, or the company that provides it, do they provide that in black and white to you?
You mean the PET scan? You said MRI, but I just want to make sure.
I'm sorry, the PET and CAT scan. Are those provided in black and white?
In this case, they are. Some manufacturers have, they do it in color, but yes, these were provided in black and white. That's how it was required at this facility based on the techniques they have in their software. I'm showing you how it was provided to me and how it was required at the facility. So yes, this is how it was performed and acquired.
So it was acquired at that location in this black and white, and that's how a radiologist should interpret it?
It's okay to, you can convert these to color. There's nothing wrong with doing that, but this is how it was provided, and it's easier to interpret in black and white, quite frankly, although color can be used as well. There's nothing wrong with using color, but that's changing the images. That's not how they were acquired, and that's not how I view them. I have no capability of changing them myself unless I alter the images, which I never do.
Right, so you try and read the images as they came from the instrument or the machine?
Yes, otherwise everyone's looking at different images. If I change these to one color, another radiologist makes another color, that leads to a lot of misinterpretation, and we can't all be on the same page.
What was the results of your review of well, first of all, just tell us PET and CAT scan, if those work together, and what those are, what they're looking for,
Yeah,
sir.
this is the same study on these two different screens. On the right is the CAT scan of the brain. All that is an X-ray machine. It looks like an MRI machine when you lay in it, but it's open. And it takes X-rays of the brain and shows the brain. It's usually the first study we do when someone's had an injury to look for any bleeding or any emergent injuries. And this brain looks completely normal on the CAT scan. This white is a calcification. That's normal. That's in the pineal gland. Many people get calcifications in the pineal gland early in life. It's just a normal finding. These are the ventricles. The brain is normal. No shrinkage whatsoever. They actually have, for their age, a perfect brain. Not one bit of shrinkage at all anywhere. Then we have the PET scan. What is a PET scan? That stands for positron emission tomography, PET. What does that mean in English? It means they inject something radioactive into a vein in your arm. In this case, they use FDG glucose, which is fluorine. And it's just basically a radioactive substance attached to glucose, which is sugar. Why do they inject sugar in your arm? Because your cells eat a lot of sugar throughout your body. The more active the cells are, the more sugar they eat. The reason we do this usually is for cancer, because cancer cells are growing faster than regular cells, and they eat more sugar. And we can detect cancer anywhere in your body, potentially. So it's very helpful for cancer. It's not why we did it here, but that is the most common reason we do PET scans, to look for cancer or see if the treatment is working to treat cancers. In this case, we did it to look at the brain, to see how much glucose the brain is eating, or sugar. Because if the brain is not working right, the areas that are not functioning well may eat less glucose. So very simply, we're looking to see how much sugar your brain eats. And if they're eating a lot of sugar, it looks black. And we're looking at the gray matter around the brain. The white matter is white on here, okay? So we look at the brain. The black areas here are the gray matter in the basal ganglia. You have gray matter in other areas eating sugar. These are the thalami or the thalamus. And everything is completely normal. Now, I think it's been brought up to me, the temporal lobes. They look like they're not as black over here. And the answer is, why is that? Why are the temporal lobes not as black? Well, because when the machine detects the radiation, the bone around the brain, this is the white, the bone blocks some of the radiation coming out. So it makes it, so when you go down in the temporal lobes, you see all this bone here, all this white? The temporal lobes always look a little less black on here because you have so much bone around it. You're always going to detect less radiation there. So how can we be sure of that? Well, let me show you how we can be positive. And I'm going to, these are called coronal images, looking straight on at the person's face. Okay, this is the back of the head. We're coming forward. And as we come forward, these are the temporal lobes. And they don't look as black as the rest. Why is that? Well, for the same reason I just showed you on the CAT scan. And I'm going to show you again, just to make this clear. I pushed the wrong button, unfortunately. But this is the CAT scan, and I want to show you those areas. You can see the bone in the temporal lobes. You have much more bone around the temporal lobes. As a result, the temporal lobes are never going to be as black as the rest of the brain. But this is completely normal. There's no areas where there's no blackness. And this is completely normal. There's nothing wrong in the temporal lobes or any other part of the brain for that matter. We can see there's no shrinkage. The MRI showed there's no structural abnormality. So this is a normal PET scan. It's eating glucose normally everywhere. You'd be very surprised to see something otherwise with a completely normal MRI of the brain, normal DTI imaging, normal neuroquant showing no shrinkage. It's still possible, but this is completely normal. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the PET scan to show any areas that aren't functioning properly or eating less glucose.
Can I ask you a question, doctor? Is it in your field, do sometimes less experienced practitioners, will they sometimes make mistakes with the temporal lobes and not interpret that properly?
I guess that was one way of putting it. I think based on your level of experience and training, of course, that influences your ability and expertise in interpreting things. Yes, I've seen people misinterpret things or overinterpret things. Yes, but there's nothing wrong in this case.
And just to double check, I mean, not to double check, but as a doctor, would you also compare the results of the MRI to the results of the PET scan and CAT scan, meaning looking at the temporal lobes in both and comparing them to find if there's any issues?
Yes, they are independent studies, but I was trying to do that now and explain. Yes, the MRI shows nothing wrong with the temporal lobe, no shrinkage, no scarring, nothing wrong with the DTI with the white matter. It wouldn't be impossible to still have something wrong in the temporal lobes on the PET scan, but it's completely normal. They're symmetric, exactly the same on both sides, and that's how it looks in everybody. So if you were going to say this one's abnormal, you'd have to say everybody has an abnormal temporal lobe because that's how it looks in everybody.
Yes, sir. Can I just have one moment, doctor?
Sure.
Doctor, I have no further questions, but Ms. Peoples will be coming up. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, Dr. Megan.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. All right. So you reviewed the same images as Dr. Snyder. And
I assume so. I can't comment on what he reviewed or if he reviewed them in a different format, but I know he reviewed the same studies. Yes.
all right. And then in terms of the scarring on the left parietal lobe, you're in agreement with Dr. Snyder.
I'm in agreement. There's 2 areas of scarring there, as I pointed out, and one in the corpus callosum. Correct.
Right. That was my next one. You're in agreement with him that there's scarring on the corpus
So I'm
callosum.
going to object as to continuing to ask and agree with that doctor. He doesn't know what the doctor came to a conclusion.
He may, let's find out how he goes.
I'll repeat the question. You're in agreement with Dr. Snyder about the scarring on the genu of the corpus callosum.
Yes, I pointed that out. Yes.
All right. And that Dr. Snyder is stating that clinical correlation is required to identify if there is a problem with the scarring in these areas that you've identified.
Yes, that's my point. You can't tell by looking at MRI because most of the time, I mean, you could put the caveat, most of the time these are insignificant findings, but yes, you have to correlate clinically. You have to examine a patient because an MRI doesn't tell you if they have any meaning or any significance whatsoever.
All right. So because you and Snyder are both radiologists, you're not actually hands-on dealing with the patient.
That's correct. We read imaging studies. We don't meet the patient. We don't examine the patient. You don't treat an MRI. You treat a patient.
All right. Now, you have no ability, just as Dr. Snyder, to say that this scarring is a result of a in utero accident or event, I should say.
No, I can't tell you what caused it, but the distribution of the findings does narrow it down a little bit. I can tell you certain things that more likely caused it than others. And that's one of the possibilities, but no, I have no way of telling you that's what caused it. That's correct.
All right. And an in utero event, if you could, we all know what it means, but just for the record, if you could explain what that is.
Well, in utero means before you're born. What I was actually suggesting was perinatal, which is one of my areas of expertise. As a pediatric neuroradiologist, I see a lot of babies who at birth have difficulties, meaning right before birth or during birth, there's problems with the birth and the baby doesn't get enough oxygen or blood flow to the brain. In which case, the areas that can get damaged are the white matter adjacent to the ventricle like this, or the corpus callosum. These are all susceptible areas. And these areas can get scarring from an injury occurring at birth or around the time of birth. Doesn't necessarily have any meaning clinically, or it may. I don't know about this person's birth history and their childhood, but these can be birth-related injuries where the person had an injury to the brain. But there's no way of knowing that just based on the MRI without having previous imaging, or as you correctly said, clinical correlation where someone's gone through the medical records and examined the patient.
And another word for it, and you're going to have to, I know you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but another word from in utero would be neonatal, meaning this is an injury or an event while the child was still in the womb.
Sure, neonatal, absolutely. That's around the time of birth or before birth, yes.
All right. And these areas of scarring could also be the result of drug use.
They can. Drug use can cause what's called vasculitis, inflammation of the blood vessels. Certain drugs, cocaine and others, are more likely to cause that. And if you get inflammation in your blood vessels, that can cause little areas of microinfarcts or scarring in the brain. Sure.
All right. And it could also be as a result of something to the form of, say, diabetes or high blood pressure.
It can, yes.
All right. And then the one that Dr. Snyder pointed out as a possibility was a traumatic brain injury, a TBI.
Yes, trauma. When you say TBI, that's a broad term, but injury to the brain can cause it, absolutely.
Okay, and again, you wouldn't know what the cause for the scarring is because you're not dealing with a patient, and that's why, and you'll tell me if you're in agreement, this was one of the reasons why Dr. Snyder had requested clinical correlation to see what, if it could be possible to determine what the cause of the scarring
I
is.
also object as to why Dr. Snyder did something, Judge, because doctors.
Also statement has asked you to rephrase the question.
Okay. The only way, it's a two-part question, but the only way to identify the cause, knowing that it still not be determined, but the only way to identify the cause would be clinical correlation in the terms of a neurologist or a neuropsych following up and examining this individual.
I think you answered the question already, and appropriately so. Even with clinical correlation, we'll never know for sure how they occurred or when they occurred, whether they've been there for 20 years, but we can, by using clinical correlation, which all radiologists recommend in every case, just to be clear, that's nothing unique. We always say that. You always have to take the findings and correlate it with the patient. That's just a standard caveat radiologists say. But you're correct. We'll never be able to tell, even by evaluating the patient, without having other imaging or a definite or a more likely scenario based on the history. There may be more likely scenarios based on the history, but there's nothing that'll ever tell us when they occurred or for sure what caused them. You're correct.
All right. And then looking to the PET scan, I noticed that you said that Dr. Snyder could have misinterpreted the PET scan because he looked at it in color. Were you, or maybe I misheard you, were you saying just in general that individuals could see things differently, or were you addressing Dr. Snyder specifically?
I'm not sure what you meant by the question. I wasn't talking about looking at it in color. If you look at it in color, I think I don't know what color someone looked at it. I'm just saying that could create a different look to the images, and then you're going to get different people interpreting it. We all need to have the same images. The only images provided and that were done were black and white. So if someone created color images using their own software or some other protocol, then of course that leaves it open to more likely to have variation in the interpretations, which shouldn't occur. It needs to all be interpreted using the same information. That's all I was saying there. But either way, the bottom line is it's a normal study. Changing it to color shouldn't make it abnormal suddenly.
And then with that statement, then normal study. So Dr. Snyder had mentioned that the PET brain had decreased FDG involving the bilateral temporal lobes. Were you in agreement on that?
Not only not in agreement, it's just factually not correct. The temporal lobes here are completely normal. These are the temporal lobes, and the temporal lobes are completely normal. This is what temporal lobes are supposed to look like here. They're completely normal. There's no decreased. FDG is the radioactive substance. These are exactly what the temporal lobe should look like. These are the medial temporal lobes. They're completely normal. So no, I'm not in agreement with that. That's not correct.
And let me rephrase, because maybe I addressed the wrong portion of the brain, that the temporal lobes were a little less active than the rest of the brain, but it's still a normal finding.
That's correct. Yes, that's how it's supposed to be. That's how the temporal lobes are supposed to be. And I tried to explain why, because you have more bone around them. They're always going to be less activity there compared to some other parts of the brain on the PET scan, because the detector we use to detect the radiation won't ever detect as much radiation there in anybody. So that's how everybody's brain looks. We don't call everybody's brain abnormal, of course.
So then again, you're in agreement with Dr. Snyder.
No, it's normal. I'm in
Meaning
agreement
that
with the
there's-
findings, but not the conclusion. It's a wrong conclusion. So I'm total disagreement with the conclusion.
Right, meaning that the temporal lobes are a little less active than the rest of the brain, but it's a normal finding.
Exactly. That's how it's supposed to look. So I think the conclusion is a misinterpretation of the findings.
All right. And in terms of Mr. Mark Wilson, you have, similar to Dr. Snyder, no access to any of his records, childhood or adult, at any point beyond the imaging that you have before you.
I may have access, but I haven't reviewed them. It wouldn't be appropriate as a radiologist. I know your question. I don't mean to be picky, but yes, as a radiologist, I don't review the medical records. That's not the role I play. It's not my expertise. I just review the imaging and tell you what the imaging shows, and that's separate from the records. But there is a clinical part that, of course, you have to examine the patient, not just the imaging. You're correct.
And that you would leave to another expert.
Clearly, yes.
All right. And lastly, then, earlier with the state, you had mentioned that we all have scarring, especially over 650 and definitely over 60. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
No redirect, Judge.
All right, thank you, Dr. Nagan. That'll complete testimony. You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, it's okay. See, it's just texturized instead of $1,000.
Literally our meetings.
Do you know what your air book was already?
I know.
No. I think I'm first. Who's our professor? Yes.
All right, we're here on the defense's motion to limit testimony by state expert Dr. Blumen.
Sorry, Your Honor, I was under the impression that we were moving first on the defense motion regarding Dr. Williams, Dr. Meadows. I believe that's a mistake.
Well, Dr. Meadows is next, so I thought we were gonna proceed ahead and lay the foundation, and if she hasn't been to objection. Otherwise, I'm doing it twice. But
Yeah.
I can cooperate it. For myself.
Well, clarify what you mean.
I'm just saying, like, he's testifying to a lot of things other than just antisocial, so. Have to lay the foundation, and wearing that, and then the jury.
In terms of his credentials, I'm not disputing that in this motion. It's his opinion on memory and emphasis personality.
I'm saying you're not disputing it, but I still need to lay a record for both this court and potentially other court types of qualifications.
We need to call him in, just depends where we stipulate the qualifications.
Yes.
I'm just asking if we need to know.
Defense is sticking to the qualifications for the purpose of this motion, and the focus is his opinion, testimony, and memory, and emphasis personality.
State you want to present Dr. Blumen?
Sure. So call Dr. Meadows.
Even things that would be perceived negative, incarcerations. So, from
Criteria for antisocial personality disorder is.
you can't just evaluate essentially how well people can remember.
And more specifically, your role as a forensic psychologist. What is your education, training, and experience that would allow you to opine on memory generally?
Well, a psychologist is trained in memory. It's one of the most common psychological issues that we look at. Every mental status examination, you're assessing for memory. As far as my training at Florida State University, I had specific graduate seminars or classes in learning and memory. I was trained to administer the most common memory scale called the Wechsler memory scale. I did a postdoctoral fellowship in forensic psychology at the Harvard Medical School, which is one of the top medical schools in the country. During that fellowship, we routinely assessed for memory, utilized the Wechsler memory scale, intelligence testing. We're trained to administer that has scales for memory. And so literally every evaluation that I do, there is an assessment of short-term memory, long-term memory.
If you're not using a specific objective test, what else are you doing within that evaluation to measure that?
No, I mean, you only do objective tests if there's a need to do an objective test. So the analogy would be if you go to your primary care physician and you're not showing evidence of heart abnormalities, you're not complaining of heart abnormalities, the doctor isn't going to order an echogram. So initially what you do is assess through the mental status, essentially how well people can remember information, how well they can stay on task, their orientation, such as date, who their attorney is, what quarter they're in, what their charges are. That's all assessing memory.
What about when you ask for historical information? Are you trying to judge whether they?
Yes, ma'am. We ask for any history of head injuries, any history of prior amnesic episodes, to see, especially in forensic cases, to see if there really is any history of any blackout periods and so forth.
And in cases such as this, when several experts have evaluated an individual and maybe other tests already exist, do you often look at that data yourself, the raw data, and look at that in the totality with your evaluation?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you comparing any testing data to what you're actually observing with a human being in an interview?
Yeah, not just observing in the interview, but also relating it to the offense. And so if somebody is opining that certain psychological factors contribute to an offense, it's important to not only review the psychological factors, but to get into the details of the offense to see if there was any relevancy.
And are things like how that person you're evaluating, any information you can get outside your evaluation, like recordings about the offense, if there's video, whatever's relevant at the time, is that all important in the overall determination about juvenile memory?
The collateral data is very important, because not all defendants are credible, when facing serious, consequences. Plus, if they have a criminal lifestyle, there usually is a pattern of deceit throughout their life. So you can't just evaluate somebody based on their self-report. So you want to look at other bits of information. And again, in a case you want to tie it specifically to the offense as much as you can, because somebody may have a disorder that didn't relate at all to their actions during the offense. So it would be really inappropriate to say somebody has these impairments and not even assess what was going on with the person's thinking, how they're discussing an offense, and there are any signs that the person may not be completely credible. You got to connect the two.
Is it standard practice in your field of forensic psychology to take self-report at face value, or are you supposed to do something with that information?
No, we're trained in forensics to not take it at face value, because there's a clear incentive for individuals to malinger, which means to either fake or exaggerate psychiatric symptoms, or they may be deceptive about what occurred at the time of the event because they're worried it's how it's going to impact the evaluation and ultimately the sentencing hearing. So yeah, any textbook in forensics is going to tell you that, is that you don't accept at face value what a criminal defendant is telling you.
I want to move on to, in this case, you obviously made opinions about memory issues, which you would opine on. In addition to that, you made an opinion or some comment about antisocial characteristics, traits, the disorder. Can you talk about what the criteria for antisocial personality disorder is, and then how you came to the conclusion that that applies to Mr. Wilson, this defendant?
Right. Well, I brought the manual. We use the DSM-5, and you can see it's pretty thick. So I don't know of any mental health professional that has this whole text memorized. But as far as antisocial personality disorder, generally the criteria are such that you want to see some evidence of a cognitive disorder in their juvenile years prior to age 15. Personality disorder you cannot diagnose until somebody's reaches adulthood at age 18. There's a pattern of deceitfulness, criminal conduct, antisocial behaviors, lack of remorse, interpersonal problems, failing to be responsible, showing periods of aggressiveness, being impulsive. Those are all characteristics that you look for in diagnosing antisocial personality disorder.
Okay. And so as it relates to Mr. Wilson, I think that last sort of list you discussed goes under the diagnostic criteria A, which is the pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of rights of others occurring since 15. So this is into adulthood, and as indicated by 3 or more of all of those examples that you just looked at. So what did you see in all of the records, your evaluation, everything you looked at that applies to Mark Wilson as to that diagnostic criteria?
Well, I reviewed a number of depositions from witnesses, and I conducted a clinical interview. There were a number of records that were sent to me. So it was and then I administered psychological testing that gets into conduct-related problems in childhood and also provides a basis to diagnose for antisocial personality disorder.
And how does he meet these criteria specifically?
So I didn't have school records on him, but I did see that there was a deposition from a former stepbrother that grew up with him. And that person indicated that Mr. Wilson had been engaging in stealing behaviors and described quite a bit of fighting in childhood. I asked, one way too is to ask the defendant, do you have any history of juvenile arrests? Well, in my evaluation, he essentially was defensive in a number of areas, including this one, and said that he couldn't remember, wasn't sure if he'd ever been arrested as a juvenile. He could remember a number of other details in his life, and that's a pretty salient event to forget as a juvenile arrest. I don't know what his history was, but he wouldn't, I don't think he was forthcoming about it. So what I had then was that witness stating that he observed what he considered conduct-related problems. So without school records or psychiatric records, you got to do the best you can with what you have.
The criteria that says evidence of conduct disorder onset before age 15, that's not a requirement that a doctor had diagnosed him before 15, right? What do you
know? No, the criteria isn't that he has been diagnosed with a conduct disorder in the past. It's just that there's evidence of conduct disorder. And once people start getting older into adulthood, you start losing school records and so forth. So even juvenile arrest records, many times you can't get them So a lot of it too is interviewing the defendant, seeing what they come up with, and then providing testing that can also zero in on a personality disorder.
And did he discuss with you, and you also see elsewhere, a pattern of using illegal substances in his juvenile years?
Yes, he himself admitted to that, and there was a testimony from witness, at least one witness, that described substance use, and that also would be consistent with a conduct disorder childhood.
And then the bigger of the, he's obviously 18 years old. You didn't find that any of this antisocial behavior is happening because he's schizophrenic or bipolar, right? That was my opinion.
There's absolutely no evidence that he has a mental illness.
And then so the pervasive pattern that continues through adulthood, what other things, so now moving into adulthood, everything else you know about Mark Wilson contributes to your diagnosis of antisocial?
Well, people who have extreme antisocial personality usually have a history of multiple incarcerations. So this now would be his third time in prison. So that in of itself is a pretty significant factor that's consistent with the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder. There's also a pattern of, sorry.
No, I was going to say deceit. Is there evidence of that?
Deceitfulness, yes. I was reading through the records, family members have talked about him being a problem. I talked to him specifically about a violation of probation, and this is what antisocial people do. So he, as part of his probation, he was required to take a urine test to test for substances. So he admitted what he did was brought in a device that had somebody else's urine to the probation officer so that he could try to deceive the probation officer to not violate him on probation, essentially using somebody else's urine because he knew he would test positive. That's antisocial in nature. That's deceitfulness. That goes into the diagnosis.
And then throughout this case, did you see more evidence of lying and being deceitful surrounding this homicide?
In my opinion, based on his inconsistencies and his selective memory for primarily things that would be negative for him in a sentencing hearing, but he can remember things that could be perceived as positive for him. Yes, I believe that he was deceitful in my exam. I also asked him about his initial interview with the police officer. He had told me he already knew that these two boys were dead, and that he lied to police when they first interviewed him. So, yeah, I would say there is a pattern of deceitfulness.
And I know we wouldn't necessarily get into this by the jury, but the court's consideration, lack of remorse, and being indifferent as, in hurting people is a criteria of this. Can you speak to the court about what you observed? It's a major factor related to antisocial individuals, is that they don't experience remorse for their actions. And that is entirely clear in this case if you look at the evidence. This individual, after having killed these two people, went out and started doing personal things for himself, has created, in my opinion, a fabrication related to the offense of not being to remember it. That's a common sign of malingering. When I met with him and discussed the victims in this case, I saw absolutely no signs of remorse, no feeling. What I saw was evasiveness, defensiveness. Somebody truly has remorse, they'll process the event. And then even related to the offense itself, he had indicated to me that he was fully aware that the kids were deceased when he went on to do activities in the community and lied to police that same day. People are antisocial, that's what they do. It's such this type of event for people who aren't antisocial. People who are antisocial typically don't show these kind of extreme behaviors, but even after they do, they have some kind of emotional attachment to it. And I didn't observe that in this case. Is there a difference psychologically for you diagnosing someone in just admitting, yeah, I did something and what you're talking about? Like, are you, just sometimes people actually show remorse and largely process what they've done, or does that make sense? Yeah, the people I see as generally remorseful, they're not selective in what they decide to talk about in the examination. They are fully appreciative of what they did. They're willing to disclose even things that would be perceived negatively. There's some emotional attachment to this. When we got into the offense, that's when he became extremely evasive and defensive. And he even wanted to stop the examination. He asked us to stop meeting with you? Yeah, I was
we're getting into the offense, and I was confronting him with some inconsistencies, and at that point, I could tell he was frustrated, and just basically started saying, "I don't remember that, I don't remember this, I don't remember that," and then he wanted to leave the examination, just wanted to completely terminate the examination. Basically, I think he said, you know, well, I've been found guilty anyway, so what I can do is.
Did his attorney try to talk back into cooperating with you?
Yes, yeah, so I explained to him, I said, look, I can't force you to meet with me, but I can interpret your not wanting to meet at this point, in a way that may not be favorable for you in court, and I would have to tell the court that you stopped the interview and at what point you stopped it and why I felt like you stopped it. And then his attorney advised him several times that she thought it was best for him to continue with the examination, so he did, but the defensiveness remained. And
then you administered the MFPI 2, which, why did you administer that? What were you trying to do?
So the MFPI 2 has a corrections profile, because the MFPI 3 is now available, and many practitioners are moving over to it. But the MFPI 3 that's scored through a Q local system isn't up to date yet with the correctional profile. So I gave him the MFPI 2 because he's post conviction. And the reason I gave it to him was to assess for antisocial personality disorder, because it gets into child conduct related problems, and it actually tells you, yeah, this person seems to be antisocial personality disorder. And then also just to rule out any I didn't see any psychiatric problems in the eval, but I still gave him an instrument that was indicated there were psychiatric problems.
And the court's already heard it, and you said that the results were invalid. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, well, the MMPI has validity scales, so it tells you how somebody approached the test, whether they were basically being forthcoming and honest, or if they were minimizing problems in denial, let's say. And then the third actually more outcomes. The third one would be that they're exaggerating, and it gives you a degree. It could be mild exaggeration, it could be severe exaggeration. And so in this case, and then with the MMPI, you have to correlate it to your examination. So, for example, if I were to read an invalid MMPI by another practitioner, I can't say, because wasn't there and it didn't assess them, I can't say that it was due to deliberate exaggeration, or it was because he was confused, or because he was distressed. So the clinician who actually administered the MMPI has that data available because they conducted the test and met with the defendant. So he elevated that fake scale. I mean, it was the highest he could really be. And it was a clear indication, consistent with his presentation during examination, that he was not being credible on the test itself, that he was exaggerating to a substantial degree his problems.
Yeah, I think that's it as far as the solution to cover some problem. Thank you. Good morning, Dr.
Good morning, ma'am.
Now, I'm just going to start at the beginning and back up. So you had mentioned that the MMPI score was consistent with the exaggeration.
Yes.
And in the interview, he admitted to the homicide.
He says that based on everything, he thinks he thought he killed these kids.
Did he admit to the homicides or not?
In the way that I just explained, yes.
Was that not the response that he gave when he asked for details about the homicide, that he's consistently said he doesn't remember?
No, there's aspects right after, leading up to this and right after that he did remember. And then there were certain aspects that he said he did not remember.
Yes.
And they weren't sequential. So it's not like he said he didn't remember this part, but then he remember this, then didn't remember this, and then remember that. So that's not typically how an amnestic episode works.
A what episode?
Amnestic amnesia.
And he confirmed that he was convicted of these two homicides.
Yes, ma'am.
And he wasn't lying about that.
No.
He wasn't lying about getting coffee.
I'm sorry?
He wasn't lying about the coffee and the other activities that
he did after he killed the kids?
Before and after. Let me rephrase it.
Right.
Was he lying about the activities before the homicide?
it's unclear, certain things that he said. His presentation, for example, he claimed to be on a 2-day binge of methamphetamine and that he used it that morning. I reviewed the audio recording with the police officer just hours after he reportedly used meth. I didn't see any signs of somebody that was on meth. I've seen people on meth coming into jails, and I just didn't see that with the officer. There were no signs that this person, his speech was not slurred. He was able to.
Dr. Meadows, let me rephrase the question. I think this way. Was he lying about his activities before the homicide?
Again, I'm trying to explain that. Is that it's unclear because, like I said, he claims that he used this meth heavily, but then when I actually looked at the audio recordings, I didn't see signs of disturbances related to methamphetamine use. And then the behaviors that he engaged in, he had his infant daughter with him. He had gone to a medical appointment where apparently he didn't show any significant problems at all. Went shopping, so his report of using methamphetamine is inconsistent with his actions and his speech just hours after he said he used it.
Okay, so then the medical appointment was a truthful statement.
I believe so, because his fiance had indicated that they went there, and
the
that's my
shopping?
understanding. And the shopping, he went and bought donuts, and I don't know what else.
So that was true.
It appeared to me, based on the data and that was in your arrest reports and deposition and so forth.
Now, in terms of the lack of remorse, you're saying that during an interview with you, some 2 years later, correct? Because the homicide was in August of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
So 2 years later, he was with you, and you're stating that he had no signs of remorse in that interview.
Correct.
So you were looking for tears in the interview 2 years later.
No, I didn't even say that. I'm looking for somebody that actually admits to and accepts responsibility for what they did. And just saying, well, yeah, I thought I might have killed him, to me is not acceptance. And then when it comes to actually specific behaviors that tie to the offense, such as hiding a knife, hiding a hammer, wrapping them, he doesn't remember that, but he can remember going to get donuts. That's, to me, a sign that somebody is not remorseful for killing 2 children.
So you saw the video interview back in August with Mr. Wilson and Detective McSee.
That audio, yes, ma'am.
And in the video, he was careful and current.
At one point, that's correct.
And he was engaged in a few conversations with Officer Higginbotham. Those are the 3 recordings that you put.
Yes, ma'am.
You recognize me. Okay, so he's with Officer Higginbotham and insists on holding his daughter and it's the last time. Recall that?
I don't remember the last time. I don't remember that part.
You recall the officer engaging him on, he's still holding on to his daughter.
Yes,
And that he did for all 3 interviews with Officer Higginbotham.
that may be. I didn't know it was for all 3, but I was aware that while talking to the officer, at some point he had his daughter with him.
So in terms of the diagnostic on an antisocial personality disorder, the evidence of conduct disorder before the age of 15, you're relying on statements of Travis Gilbert. Is that correct?
In part, yes.
And a juvenile arrest, or at least contact with law enforcement as a juvenile?
Well, I asked him about that.
And he wasn't clear with you about his contact with law enforcement.
It was surprising that he wouldn't know if he was arrested as a child for juvenile.
And are you aware that he had law enforcement at his home at the age of 3 and several times before the age of 12, and again several times even at the age of 15, not to arrest him, but to remove him from his parents from time to time? You know that.
I know he had a troubled childhood, and I wouldn't doubt that.
So, because you're mentioning his lack of knowledge of all the times to contact law enforcement, to this day he still can't count out how many times he's been in contact with law. On that issue, you understand?
Yeah, but, I mean,
So part of what you're relying on for the conduct disorder before the age of 15 is the statement of Travis Gilbert, and then substance use and his lack of knowledge about his juvenile context and law.
that, and I attempted to give him an instrument that would assess for these issues, and he essentially faked his way through the instrument.
And how do you know he faked his way through these?
Because the instrument results say that that's what he did. There's validity scales, they were off the charts.
So I'm not sure if you were in court, but I believe you were this morning with Travis Gilbert testified.
I was here for the radiologist.
So Hillary testified in clarification that the theft that you're relying on is food. And it wasn't in terms of conduct disorder that it's the.
That's not the full characterization of the specimen.
I'll just revisit that and read that.
So in terms of the theft, it wasn't in terms of conduct disorder in the manner of breaking into someone's home, a building or a car. And it wasn't in the manner of a large amount or a non-trivial amount. He's talking about Pokemon cards as an example.
And that's all you need. If the criteria isn't, I guess, go steal a Porsche. The criteria is theft.
Right? So-
Stealing is stealing, and some kids steal and many kids don't.
Right, but it's stolen, and I'm looking at diagnostic criteria 812, stolen items of non-trivial value without confronting the victim. So he's not stealing large amounts.
Again, it doesn't make a difference.
And it doesn't make a difference to you then that he's stealing at the end of the course of, in terms of, it's for food. So after they couldn't fish for dinner, I see, look on your face, you didn't hear it. So the stealing came at the end of the course of, they couldn't fish for dinner, and the neighbors couldn't provide dinner, and then they would steal so they could get food to eat. That context makes no difference to you.
That's, again, the criteria is stealing. And that's not the only thing I relied on. There's reports that he was fighting quite a bit. And like I said, I didn't have school records. And I also tried to administer testing to him that would get into these issues, but he deprived me of the opportunity because he basically malingered his way through that testing.
Then he sat for over an hour.
Correct.
I'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
But looking towards the conduct disorder that you're saying existed before the age of 15, that Travis Bilberry that you're relying on is identifying that the theft is for not for personal gains, but for food.
The judge has an answer.
Again, I don't,
One second, I didn't finish the question. So if it's not for personal gain, and then the fighting that you're describing, and I'm trying to just, inform you as to what Mr. Bilberry said, is that the fighting is more in terms of brothers. Meaning this isn't fighting in terms of breaking noses and things like that.
I'm gonna check. She's asking questions.
Based on conduct.
She's based on conduct, which is different than antisocial.
Right, but antisocial disorder is based on finding, right, conduct disorder before the age of 15. So that's why I'm going to conduct. So without a finding of conduct disorder before the age of 15, you don't have the necessary criteria for antisocial personality disorder. That's why I'm asking you this, because that's really where I'm focusing on.
okay, and I'm again going to state this. Clearly, he has antisocial traits. I do believe that he likely has an antisocial personality disorder based on the extremity of these behaviors. Part of not being able to fully assess conduct disorder was because your client was uncooperative with testing. So that limits the ability of the examiner to actually look at juvenile conduct-related problems when the person's not being honest on a psychological instrument. I also didn't have school records. I didn't have juvenile court records. He did admit to substance abuse in his juvenile years, and then his stepbrother reported there was frequent physical fights. Doesn't matter if you break a nose or not, the criteria is physical fights, and that there was stealing. It doesn't matter what he was stealing. The fact that he was stealing falls under that. So it would have been nice if he would have taken the MFPI in an honest manner, because I think it would have come out as antisocial personality disorder, but your own client prevented it.
So again, I'm going to say, I know you keep coming back to it. I'm totally going to address that with you in a moment. But so you're in agreement, or at least you're stating that he doesn't meet the diagnostic criteria for antisocial personality disorder.
I believe he does, but as far as the conduct, you don't need to have a diagnosed conduct disorder to diagnose somebody's antisocial personality disorder. So he doesn't have to have a record of conduct disorder. There has to be, in your assessment, signs that in his juvenile years, he showed conduct-related problems. Now I've got a defensive defendant that I'm examining, and then on a test, he invalidates the test. So he limited the ability to actually look into childhood conduct-related problems. But certainly the deposition of his stepbrother is consistent with there being a conduct disorder.
Dr. Meadows, today, as we sit here and you're sworn, your testimony is sworn, you understand that Mark Wilson Jr. does not meet the diagnostic criteria. Well, you've got your reasons, I understand. but he does not meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder.
I believe he does.
But a moment ago, you said he doesn't because he didn't complete the MMPI.
That's not what I said.
All right, so let me go back to the actual disorder. What's the pervasive pattern that you're addressing?
I don't understand the question.
You have to have a persistent and repetitive conduct disorder pattern. You've identified theft before the age of 15, even though it's been explained to you. And you've identified fighting, again, it's just been explained to you. Based on the statement of, and I understand you didn't feel various further explanation for conduct disorder. And that's what you're relying on for your finding of antisocial personality disorder.
And again, his admission of substance abuse back in childhood. I also tried to give him an instrument that would assess for this. He was not cooperative with the instrument. And I already explained to this court that I don't have juvenile records, so we got to do the best we can. Certainly an adult, he has been displaying qualities of an antisocial personality disorder, and there is some evidence of conduct disorder in childhood. So in my opinion, given everything and the attempt to test him, yeah, I believe that he has an antisocial personality disorder.
All right, so turning to the MMPI. Now, that test, sorry, you did the MMPI too.
Correct.
And that test is normed for a large portion of the population. Is that fair to say?
For a large portion of subgroups, yes, ma'am.
All right, and in the two, it's including the subgroup of incarcerated persons.
I gave him the correct, I scored it with the corrections profile.
And with that corrections profile, is it norm for individuals that are facing the death penalty?
Not specifically, it's norm on individuals who are in corrections.
Correct, individuals in corrections in general.
Yes,
Okay. So it's not norm for individuals facing the death penalty, it's what you're agreeing on. So the follow-up is it norm for individuals facing the death penalty the day after they were convicted of 2 counts of homicide?
it was, I'm not sure if there were people in the normative sample in that situation. It really doesn't make a difference.
So you don't think there's a difference between an individual facing the same incarcerated on a trespass versus an individual incarcerated on the death penalty?
As it relates to the NFPI now,
And in terms of the design of that test, then, including those norms, that it's, some of those questions are geared toward understanding if the individual is under certain stressors, or I'm sorry, that's not the first one. It's to assist the practitioner in diagnosing the individual if they have any psychotic features.
yes, the NFPI diagnosed for various mental disorders, depression, anxiety, psychotic disorders, bipolar disorders. It also has measures for personality disorders, including antisocial. It's got PTSD scales. It's got addiction scales.
So in terms of, you provided that to, meaning the NNPI to, the day after Mr. Wilson was convicted of 2 counts of murder.
Objection, that's not actually correct. She doesn't know that. She was there. She was examined on the 19th.
The jury comes out with a guilty verdict on the 17th.
On the 13th. And by rule, he's not allowed to examine until right after, and generally within 48 hours. I don't think that's a fair question.
So it's in the close period
Go ahead
then.
and read first.
So the testing that you did was close in time to his conviction.
Within a few days, yes.
So then, I think you've identified there's multiple scales on the NNPI too.
Yes, ma'am.
What are the purpose of the F scales?
Yeah, I'm not, just a second, I'm not, are we now challenging the
No, just his reliance on it.
The F scale is basically a fake bad scale. This, in layman's terms, it's somebody who, if they score high on it, most of the time it's because they're exaggerating, it's not outright lying about symptoms. But you need to assess that in conjunction with how the inmate presents. So I asked him a number of questions about how he was functioning emotionally, but right before he took the NFPI.
Meaning right before,
Within 30 minutes or maybe an hour, I asked him if he was having any emotional difficulties. He denied it. Denied any real depression or anxiety. other than his tapping his foot at times during evaluation, I didn't see any signs of emotional distress. And that tapping foot is pretty common in exams. So I had him read an item off the NMPI. He wasn't stuttering. He wasn't having problems. He took the test quietly. Initially, he didn't want to take it. He refused it, and you convinced him to take it. But so the only interpretation there is, because I was the one who was there, is that he was exaggerating in an extreme manner and more than likely feigning symptoms on tests.
So then, he denied any depression and he denied any anxiety.
Correct.
And first he refused and then he did acceptance.
The refusals came when we started talking about his killing kids. And when I was able to put together a sequence that showed inconsistencies in his statements about his recall, that's when he decided he no longer wanted to do it. Then what I got after that was just a few minutes of, I don't remember this, I don't remember that, I don't know that, I don't know this. And then we moved on to testing. And he basically didn't want to do it, says that he was done. That he had already been convicted. What's the point of doing it? And then you convinced him that he thought it was in his interest to go ahead and do it.
So then turning to the F scale then, is that the basis that the MMPI has been evaluated?
That's correct. He once you get so high on faking bad, you can't interpret it because he literally endorsed every possible symptom, most of the symptoms that's on the MMPI, and human beings aren't like that.
Now, did you go through the F scales and check individually if those answers were true?
I'm sorry, I don't
You
understand.
look at the actual questions in the F scale that you're relying on to say it's invalid to see if those answers were true.
That doesn't make any sense. It's not something you would do on an MMPI.
I'm going to ask you to turn to question number 241.
Question number 241,
Yes,
from where?
on the MMPI.
I don't have the MMPI. And I got to tell you, this is not how you interpret an MMPI. You cannot look at individual items.
If the questions on the very scale that you're saying invalidated the test are asking questions in the nature of, are you often looked at by strangers or talked about? When he's in trial and he's in the news and he has strangers watching him and he answers truthfully and that then invalidates the test, shouldn't that be something that you would look at to determine?
Absolutely not. What you're suggesting is a complete violation of the MMPI. You do not look at individual items in the manner that you're doing. So no, any psychologist would not look at one item and say, oh, he's being truthful. Oh, this item is not being truthful. What the MMPI is a constellation of 567 items, and it's comparing it to how other people responded to test items. So you can't say, oh, he's being truthful for this item, and you have to interpret it as he interpreted this item to mean that. That's not how an objective instrument works.
And that's something you wouldn't do.
No, that's something that any psychologist who practice ethically and within standard practice would do.
Meaning you would not look to the F scale that you're saying invalidated.
I'm not objecting, just answer this. And she's
No,
saying
I'm not
argumentative.
trusting the program.
What you interpret is the F scale. What you're suggesting, if I were to do that and start interpreting individual items, I could have a complaint against the licensing authority against me because that's completely inappropriate. You do not interpret an MMPI like that.
So to be clear, we did not look at the individual questions.
No, I did it the way the MMPI is supposed to be done.
And the F scale on the MMPI 2 that was high was not the only one, correct? There are other scales out there.
When you do an MMPI, if the F scale is going to be elevated, the clinical scale are going to be elevated because the person's faking. So again, the F scale is a validity indicator, and his was so high that you cannot interpret anything in the MMPI, and the computer interpretation tells you that because it's so exaggerated.
Did you, can you describe what else he scored high or highest on, since it wasn't the F scales?
Do you have that MMPI on? You don't have to look at it.
Yeah, I think that was shared with attorneys, shared between practitioners. I'm not sure what the people.
Your Honor, he's identifying that he's relying on a deposition that has been clarified and a test that he's identified as being invalid by F scales that now we're understanding he does not look to. But it's a fair case to ask him, since that's the basis of his opinion of antisocial personality disorders on the MMPI 2, along with the interview and the deposition that inquiries made.
So I don't understand why you don't answer.
Because that's what he's relying on.
Hang on, it's my turn. don't understand why you're going down this road. He's already said that the way this test is designed, that when you get an invalid scale, it invalidates the test results. There's nothing else that can be determined from it. Am I correct?
That's correct.
All right. So full stop, end of mission. The test is no good. You might as well toss it in the trash can. It gives you no diagnostic criteria. It gives you no diagnostic results. Is he ethically following the design of the test? And I assume he's not one of the designers. Following the design of the test, it has reached its useful end. You want to inquire into the individual scales, but if what I'm hearing is correct, and again, we're going back to the legal piece here. He has followed the accepted methodology of using this test as an expert, and he has hit the end of its validity for him to interpret from. And I know what you want to get out of that. Because he's relying partially on this deception on the MMPI as well as other diagnostic criteria. You're trying to show that the test may not have worked, and there may be other bases for not accepting it. But from what I'm hearing from Dr. Meadows, and this is why I kind of agree with Ms. Dunn, there's nothing more that can be done with that test at this point.
And that's where I was on agreement until in deposition and now in court, he's now opining and relying on various tests that's been validated. So
I don't know that he's, maybe I'm not hearing it, but what I'm hearing is he's saying, just sitting right here, so it must be kind of odd to have us talking about that. But what I'm hearing is my diagnosis, my diagnostic impression, perhaps, and nobody's asked this question. Sometimes a psychiatrist or a psychologist comes out with what they would call a rule out diagnosis, which is a working theory that they have not fully developed because of a variety of reasons. And I haven't heard that term used here today, but in the back of my mind, I'm kind of thinking this sounds kind of like a rule out theory of ADD, antisocial personality disorder. And here's why I can't, and here's one of the reasons why I can't rule it in or out is the MMPI was invalidated, which is one of the instruments that we use to try to evaluate that. And you're trying to, and I don't fault you for this, you're trying to dig behind that, but I'm not sure that for purposes of in court or even for purposes of testimony from this level of expert, there's any further digging to be done.
Your Honor, my first issue then with the MMPI too is that he's conceding that the test is invalid, but then he's still relying on it to reach his diagnosis.
No, he's not relying on the results of the test. And maybe I'm hearing it wrong, Dr. Meadows. You're not relying on anything the test told you. The test didn't tell you that the sky is blue, that 2 + 2 = 4. The test told you I can't use this test. Is that correct?
The test told me that when I gave him a test of psychological symptoms, he exaggerated them to such a degree that he invalidated it. It wasn't, his presentation wasn't genuine. That's the only thing that I can interpret from the test. It's not telling me anything. It would be completely inappropriate to go into individual scales or individual items on an invalid instrument.
And that is one of the elements that goes into your diagnostic conclusion. Simply that that you couldn't use that test and that there was a level of deception indicated.
Correct. During my examination, there were, in my opinion, deceptive statements. His approach to the testing was deceptive. I would have liked to have had a valid test because it does get into this issue that the attorney's asking about related to juvenile conduct disorder. But I was disadvantaged by our own client and that he didn't respond truthfully to the test. So I can only rely on what's available to me. And like I said, I didn't have school records. I did have testimony from a stepbrother, which was consistent with conduct disorder. Certainly his adult history is consistent with antisocial personality disorder. So at this point, the evidence to me does suggest an antisocial personality disorder.
Go ahead.
So then, Your Honor, again, he said it again, that the MMPI is indicating a level of deception. So he's still relying on this document that's in
Sure, yes, absolutely. Let's move on.
Okay, so turning to differential diagnosis and Dr. Nett, you mentioned that there was substance abuse in these people. And
Yes.
you're aware of Dr. Warner's opinion, also it was a former video, like Kate said, for several forms of substance abuse disorder.
Yeah, I'm not sure about what Dr. Warner's opinion is related to substance abuse.
Do you consider a differential diagnosis of substance abuse?
Yes, I actually diagnosed him with substance abuse disorders.
And you're aware of I understand that you looked at the brother's deposition, but you're aware of other testimony from the other testimony of Dustin Overy regarding head injuries along with that of the father.
Head injuries for Mr. Wilson?
Correct.
I I'm aware of what he told Mr. Wilson told me, which he denied that he had any history of head injuries.
All right, so let me go back to memory, but I'll touch on that later. So looking at the diagnostic features when you're doing a personality disorder, is it true that you are to, if there is, meaning the antisocial personality disorder comes into play, if there's not, meaning those features are not attributable to substance abuse or another medical condition in terms of head trauma?
In my opinion, his antisocial pattern of conduct in adulthood is not directly tied to substances. The substances are part of his personality disorder.
So in terms of another medical condition, did you consider?
I did. I totally considered it. I conducted a mental status exam. I asked him about any psychiatric treatment history, his medical history. So I absolutely considered any type of mental disorder that he may have had.
But isn't it
I'm gonna object, I believe that it's sufficient cross-examination, I'm just gonna object to any continuation, we laid enough groundwork for the court to determine whether he can testify, as we all agree for cross-examination. If he's allowed to.
I don't disagree. We probably at that point will actually have questions. We already asked. So any other questions going to the admissibility?
Your Honor, or Dr. Somebody has to document it. Just two questions on memory and then one more on antisocial personality disorder. You're aware of the testing completed by Dr. Croft?
Yes,
You're aware that he did objective testing on memory? The Tom?
the Tom is not a test of memory, it's a test of malingered memory.
You're aware of Dr. Croft's testing on memory?
The Tom, again, it's a test of malingered memory.
I understand that you're not accepting the Tom as a memory test, but you understand that Dr. Croft is testing.
But man, I'm telling the fact, the Tom is not a measure of memory. It is a measure of malingered memory. In fact, it's called the test of malingered memory.
So you're aware he did that?
Yes.
And you're aware that Dr. Croft did other tests on memory?
Not at the same time as Tom, but yes,
And you did no objective testing on memory?
I didn't need to.
Okay. And then in terms of the, your opinion on antisocial personality disorder, you are in part relying on the invalid and invalid.
What I can say about the MPI 2 is that he attempted to deceive the instrument, but that's not the basis to diagnose antisocial personality disorder.
You're not relying on it.
It's
So ma'am, just move on. I understand where it stands.
No further questions.
Any regret? Please.
Would you agree with Dr. Croft even that the MMPI-2 is like the gold standard in clinical forensic psychology as far as an instrument?
It's one of the most widely accepted, commonly used instrument in the United States. It's been accepted by the courts since its inception.
Heavily researched?
Absolutely.
As far as the Tom, the last thing that people got into with you and Dr. Croft, you said that what was your, so she fleshed out, what was your issue with the Tom's administration in comparison to the other tests Dr. Croft did?
Yeah, there's several issues, honestly. First off, the Tom was administered 8 weeks after he did the other test, which is completely inappropriate in a test battery. You have to do a test of malingering at the time that you're doing other instruments. You cannot wait weeks to then do a malingering instrument. I'm not sure why Dr. Croft would do that, but I get I'm not a neuropsychologist, but when there's a neuropsych issue, I refer it to a neuropsychologist. I get the report kind of like a radiologist. He just reads it and then provides results. So what I do in my practice, if I think there's a neuropsych issue, get a neuropsychologist to do the neuropsych testing and then send the report to me. Okay. And I know enough about how neuropsych is done through my trainings that you have to administer the malingering measure at the time that you're administering neuropsych instruments, because so many things can change within those weeks. I've seen where people malinger one day and the next day they don't. So that was one of the two major concerns I had when I reviewed the testing.
What was the other one?
The other one is I don't think his initial test results are valid. There are multiple references in that testing that this individual is highly distracted during testing. That is a major confound when it comes to intelligence testing and memory testing. Memory and attention are two different phenomena. So If somebody's easily distracted during testing, that typically is going to deflate test scores. And that's reflected in his intelligence test results. He scored in the borderline range of intelligence, which is inconsistent with his adaptive function in the community, his educational history, his employment history, and also inconsistent with the manner that he presented in the examination. His vocabulary, his fundamental knowledge is in the average range, not in the borderline range. But regardless, if you have a highly distracted examinee, you really should not be administering neuropsych testing at that point. You have to address the distractibility first and try to get them at an optimal performance. If somebody's highly distracted during testing, they're not performing optimally.
And that was information you got from Dr. Croft and his team in the raw data. That's not you saying that, you weren't there.
Yeah, my understanding was Dr. Croft didn't actually administer the test, they had an assistant do it, and the assistant wrote multiple times that the examinee was distracted, highly distractible. I would, I've gotten a number of cases from defense, prosecutors, judges, looking for intelligence testing, and it might be a kid and he's ADHD and he's not taking a psychostimulant medication, so he's totally distracted. I can't give him an intelligence test at that point, because intelligence is not just based on somebody's ability to attend information. But if you're so distracted that you can't attend to an interview or what have you, you can't really focus on test results. You're going to get invalid test results.
Thank you.
To follow up on that, that's actually one of my questions. If there's a history or at least some indication of an attention deficit disorder, whether it be hyperactive or another form, would that argue against administering any of these tests, or would there have to be adaptations?
Yes, I mean, so the issue is, how are they presenting at the time of testing? So if they have a history of ADHD and it's controlled by medication, then and you feel like they can attend to test items, then you can go ahead and do testing. But if they're distracted for whatever reason, they may not even be due to ADHD. Maybe they're nervous. It could be other reasons. You don't want to give somebody who's highly distractible a test of intelligence or neuropsych battery, because that distractibility, these tests are totally dependent on somebody showing their best performance. Intelligence test, neuropsych test, all of that, and people can malingering it. And that's why you get the malingering test at the time that you do the neuropsych test and not weeks later. But what I saw as far as the notations by this assistant, there were multiple notations of high distractibility. And then I saw that IQ score. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. This individual doesn't have borderline intelligence, so it's consistent with deflated IQ scores.
You had mentioned one of the issues that you had was lack of remorse. Let me ask you a little complex question here.
Yes, sir.
That your concern was that he expressed lack of remorse because he became evasive and asked about the actual event. Now, since 1787, we've had a Fifth Amendment that says the defendant is allowed to remain silent in court. They get instructed at that by the police when they're arrested. They get instructed at first appearance. They get instructed at their arraignment. They hear it various times. If you watch any TV show involving a law enforcement officer, you'll hear the so-called Miranda warnings. Their lawyer probably tells them, don't talk to anybody about this offense. Has anybody done any study? There's any indication that pervasive inoculation of don't say nothing about this offense can lead to a distorted result when you start asking about remorse or something?
I'm not aware of any specific study related to that particular issue. I can tell you anecdotally, after doing this for 30 years, including a number of murder cases, whether or not they were death penalty cases or not, and you see a variety of people all the way from complete denial to some people who are fully owning up to what they did and are expressing sorrow for what they did, and they might explain it, stressed out at the time, and I realized that I shouldn't have done this. Remorse, and there's no real test you can get to say, okay, this guy is highly remorseful, this guy isn't. It is subjective. And what I can say is, after 30 years of doing this, I did not see, as we discussed this, signs of remorse. And to me, when it's not like he was already convicted, his attorney told him to cooperate, that it was in his best interest. He said he thought he killed the kids, but he was so willing to share things that I think externally would be viewed as favorable for him. And no problems recalling that information. But when it came to the more serious issues as to why we're here, the manner in which he killed these two children, the manner in which he tried to cover it up, the manner in which he lied after the fact, that's when you saw him becoming evasive and claiming amnesia for everything, even though it wasn't sequential in nature. So I'm looking at is this person at least willing to admit to the things that he did? And from what I saw, he was still largely minimizing that. And I would equate that as being consistent with somebody who doesn't have remorse.
And that goes to the last question I had, which was in reference to amnesic episodes. In an unrelated scenario, it's my understanding that somebody can consume enough alcohol to get their blood alcohol level above a certain level. And I've heard or been told that it's 0.15 or 0.20 or something like that. And at that point, the human brain literally shuts down the capability of forming. It's the so-called blackout drunk, the person that does not remember anything that happened during the period of blackout drunk. That's not what happened in this case. But it's a scenario that I see play out in similar cases. In an amnesic episode like that, there's a point where the person, they can remember fine up until the point when their brain shuts off. And then they can remember again when the brain turns back on. You're saying in this episode, his memory gaps are too selective and non-sequential, meaning there's not a shut-off time and start-up time. There's fits and starts. Remembers this, doesn't remember that, remembers this, doesn't remember that. And therefore, you're unaware that there's any amnesic episodes that occur like that. Is that
that part is true, but there's even more to it. And if he had some type of drug-induced blackout, first off, amphetamine, you have to use a high amount of amphetamine to get to that point. There's an interview with him only hours after he reportedly using amphetamine. He's completely coherent, organized in speech. He's spelling things fast, which is inconsistent with somebody that would be so intoxicated with amphetamine. He also went to the store, was able to purchase items, then went to a medical facility with no indications of any kind of impairment. So I'm looking at it more than just, that there's inconsistency in the sequences. There's really any other kind of cognitive impairment around this time, because that's what you're going to see. If you're going to have drug-induced memory, it's not just that memory is going to be affected. I'm sure the officers who dealt with people with amphetamine before, they're rapid in speech, they're sweating profusely, they're not speaking in sensible ways, their motor behavior is hyperactive. There's absolutely no evidence of that in this case. So I don't think there was, if he did use amphetamine, I don't see that he used so much that he would have had an amnestic episode. So I'm taking everything together.
if you assume for a moment that he had used enough amphetamine, and I only used alcohol because it was the one scenario I'm familiar with.
Yes.
Not for self-use. Good reason for it. But let's say for a moment, because he did say he had been on a 2-day binge, and so there was, let's say there was a substantial use of it. Would the rest of the sequence of events that you're relying on have been still consistent with that high use?
I don't see this consistent at all. I mean, if you listen to those recordings, especially that initial recording with the officer, like I said, he's spelling names quickly, not slurring in speech. He's not hyperactive. Even in the arrest reports, I believe there was notations by officer that he wasn't impaired. So for somebody to abuse amphetamine for 2 days to the point that they become amnesic and kill 2 children, which even if you look at other evidence, is not consistent with that, because you've got the hiding of the murder weapons. I believe there was testimony by an individual that witnessed him sharpening one of the knives the night before the offense. There's a recorded conversation with his mother into where he actually discusses premeditation for the offense. That's inconsistent with a drug-induced blackout. And then I asked him, I said, do you, and this is where he's selective in his memory. Did you say this to your mother? I don't remember, even though when I hear the recording, he's totally coherent and organized. But I asked him, I said, so let's just say you did say this to your mother. Doesn't that reflect premeditation? And he agreed that it did. So there's just all the evidence, when you look at all the evidence converging on it, I don't think he was impaired by it.
Right, and that leads to my final question, and then I'll let the lawyers ask any follow-up. This actually segues directly into a rather heated conversation that we had yesterday in the report. A lot of the evaluation that you've just done of the sequences is very similar to the evaluation that we traditionally do in the court system and that we ask the jury to perform. Are those same techniques, the correlation, the inconsistency measurement, the contradictions, are those part and parcel of what you were taught as a psychologist to do all of your evaluations? Is that part of your craft and trade? Is that the methodology that you apply as part of your job?
Yes, sir.
It sounds like ours,
but I want to make sure that it's part and parcel of your.
Absolutely, Your Honor, and this is what we're trained to do, and this is what forensic textbooks tell us to do. If a psychologist does not, or any expert, does not inquire into what was the thinking, the behaviors, the evidence leading up to, during, and after the offense, and only says, well, this person has this disorder, and somehow tries to suggest it's related, that's not a standard level of practice. It's not the way you do forensic assessments. We're supposed to do just like competency, Your Honor. You assess the competency criteria that we assess. So we're coming as a mental health professional with these guidelines, depending on the nature of the test, that we are going to parallel what the fact finder is looking for. That's the whole purpose of a forensic assessment. I think it's completely inappropriate to just do an assessment in a forensic case and not get into the issues as to why we're here.
So I'll let you go first and then follow-up questions.
Yeah.
Speakers, any follow-up questions based on that?
Just briefly,
Please.
So turning to the part of what you were asking about was the management of the children.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
There you go.
Part of what you asked me was the management of the children.
Yes, ma'am.
And the answer was in the, I'm not quoting, but in the area I probably don't know on this.
Correct. He says that he doesn't recall killing.
How is it, meaning, how is it helpful to him to admit to the homicide to law enforcement? Because a moment ago, you said he's only admitting to things that help him.
I'm not sure I'm following.
But I don't understand how it's responsive to your question.
It goes to the issue of the remorse issue, so it is a follow-up.
Yeah, could you rephrase? I just didn't understand the question.
You're saying that, and I'm not quoting you back, that he's only remembering the things that help him.
That's my impression, yes.
How does it help him to remember how law enforcement that he took the license to children?
Well, he initially lied about it to law enforcement and was interviewed 3 times without admitting, knowing that children's bodies were still in the residence. So eventually, I think the evidence catches up with you, but he's not getting into any details that pins the crime to him, or the more, real, I think what people would see, just say negative features of it.
But he admits several times in that same interview that he's responsible.
All he said was, yeah, he thought he killed him based on the evidence, but he did not get into details pertaining to the offense.
Right, I'm not talking about the viewing, I'm talking about the reporting it
With his mother?
to law enforcement. And his mother.
Yeah, I mean, he initially was deceptive with his mother, and she confirmed him several times, and then he finally admitted to it and talked about the plan. But now he wants to tell me that he doesn't even remember that conversation with his mother.
Then what are the purpose of your interview was to address the mitigators of the defensive process, right?
I was asked, to do basically a capital potential death penalty case, that there were psych experts that had made certain opinions, and they wanted a second opinion from me.
But a good portion of your interview was discussing full calculation, the state.
The issue of obviously premeditation and what you're talking about are aggravators. But in addition to that, those things refute what he's been claiming as a basis for killing these kids. And it also refutes what, he told me none of his defense experts actually talked to him about the offense. So it's really hard to connect anything that these experts are saying about any type of disorder related to the crime itself. But his explanation, actually the manner in which he explains it, and the inconsistencies and contradictions that he does, also disputes his defense experts' findings.
And you are a forensic psychologist, correct?
No,
That's my last question.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, Doctor, you can sit down for a moment. Yes, sir. Take about 5-minute recess, and we'll come back in here. Our meeting on this.
Probably.
Is that?
What time do you think?
I actually went ahead and heard my election names. Thank you. I'm good.
If we can just probably go in the late lunch.
We have to do a late lunch because I have that 1:30 hearing on Monday.
I think this meeting just worked like.
No, I'm going to push on it. I'm going to bring the jury back in here
Okay.
momentarily is my
Let me
plan,
address it.
and go to a truly late lunch for this trial while I handle that other case.
Right, so we'll be able to keep going.
Yeah, we didn't plan on taking this one up until about 1:15, when I'm going to shut down this feed, go on to another case. So we'll take a later lunch in this case, and then I'll take up that separate one and we'll go on.
Yes, sir.
We'll figure out when the time is.
You want him to sit down right now? You're gonna bring
I
it
can
in?
take a break. He wants to use the restroom right now.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. We'll be in recess about 5.
What's wrong?
While they do aid practitioners, if the practitioner feels one is needed, it's not required.
So we got into some examples. Thank you. Please be seated. State your comments, please.
They call Dr. William Meadows.
Morning. Okay, yes, please. That's no problem. Seat there and speak directly in that microphone. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I do. All right, please state your full name for the record. Yes, Your Honor. My name is William Robert Meadows. And what's your professional address? My physical address is 2233 Park Avenue, Suite 201C, Orange Park, Florida. All right, thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Dunn.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Meadows.
Good morning.
Would tell the jurors how you're currently employed.
Yes, ma'am. I'm a consulting forensic psychologist in private practice. I do evaluations for the judicial system for both adults and juveniles. And I'm also an adjunct faculty member at the Orange Park Medical Center, where I train new medical doctors that are in psychiatry that are interested in forensic topics. So I do a series of forensic assessment, teaching them what I do essentially. And then I recently started supervising new psychiatrists to go to the jail, see how we do these evaluations for the psychiatrists interested in getting into the field.
Okay. Now you're a psychologist, that's a PhD, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're allowed to train psychiatrists, which are MDs.
That's correct.
And so tell the jurors your full educational background.
I received a Bachelor of Science in Psychology at the University of Florida in 1988, a PhD in clinical psychology with specializations in forensics and addictions from the Florida State University in 1994. And then I completed a postdoctoral fellowship training program in forensic psychology at the Harvard Medical School in Boston, Massachusetts.
And we've heard this term a lot, forensic psychology. Will you just tell the jurors what that means?
Forensic psychologist is a psychologist who conducts assessments for the purpose of a judicial outcome. So it could be criminal, like we are here today, or it could be civil. I do on occasion, for example, child custody examinations. So that goes through the family court.
So when you got your PhD at Florida State, you specialized in forensics, and then you said addiction as well, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you, are those separate degrees or just certificates, specializations?
It's just that concentrations that you do is you're able to put on your curriculum vitae. For the addictions, I was actually in an addictions lab for research under Dr. Alan Lang, who's he's now retired, but has written a number of books and articles related to alcohol and drug abuse. My thesis, master's thesis dissertation was related to not just addictions, but also personality traits. And while being trained, my specialization in forensics included advanced seminars in forensic assessment And then I did 2 practicums, one at the Dozier School for Boys in Mariana, where I did juvenile forensic evaluations while being trained. And I also worked at the forensic unit at Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee in a practicum where I was trained to do forensic evals with the adults.
And just in case the jurors don't know, when you say the Florida State Hospital, what is that compared to, Palaca Memorial General Hospital?
Yes, and it's strictly a psychiatric hospital. So that it's one of the largest and oldest state psychiatric facilities in Florida. It's got 2 types of patients or residents. One are civilly committed. So they're not facing criminal charges. They're there because their mental illness makes them unable to survive alone in the community. They're not able to live in a group home because they're so impaired that they need that level of care and restriction. But then there's the forensic unit, which is where I worked. Actually, I worked on both the civil and forensic in 2 separate practicums. But the forensic unit are for people who are mentally ill and have been charged or found not guilty by reason of insanity due to mental illness. So those would be the populations.
Okay, and I jumped ahead a little bit in your work history. So what did you do after your fellowship? Where did you begin your work, and then where did you go from there?
And so my fellowship was a intensive training. In psychology, it's considered like the most specialized training you can get. There's different fellowships for forensics, neuropsych, and then the forensics at the medical school in both adult and juvenile. So there, I started working at the jails, prisons, doing evaluations for the courts. After I finished the fellowship program, I had various occupations at the same time. I was working 2 days a week at the correctional facility in Boston, where I was evaluating inmates that had already been sentenced. And then I also was doing psych evals at the state hospital in Massachusetts, which is similar.
Is Mr. Cochran. So Mr. Cochran of the Cochrans of the Cochrans. When Mr. Cochran for the Cochrans, Mr. Cochran,
Mr. Cochran's.
Natalie Cochran, Miss Cochran's, Mr. Cochran.
That says Michael Cochran.
It says Michael Cochran.
It says Michael Cochran.
Michael Cochran.
Tactical Cochrans.
Michael Cochran.
Cochrane Tacticals.
However, Mr. Cochran.
And they said they can't do anything. You're a cunt. That's plain simple. Just like that. Simple. Can't. You can't say that.
Similar like the Florida State Hospital. And then I was employed in the juvenile court. The system's a little bit different up there. The courts that they actually employ a psychologist that does the initial screening of individuals for competency or issues. So my responsibility was the whole eastern side of Massachusetts. I traveled to the various juvenile courts, evaluating juveniles. Then I started working at the Department of Corrections doing evaluations. Then I went into private practice in Massachusetts. Then I got hired to come back to Florida, which I wanted to work as the Director of Forensic Services at the Northeast Florida State Hospital in McLean. Similar to Chattahoochee, a little bit smaller, but they have their own forensic population. So I was in charge of that program, making sure that the assessments were being done correctly, making sure that we're providing treatment services, writing treatment plans for people, writing reports to the courts. And after that, I then went into private practice, where most of my cases are in the 4th Judicial Circuit, which includes Duval, Clay, and Nassau County. I do 7th Circuit, this circuit, but I really, honestly, I haven't been to Putnam County that many times. Most of my cases in the 7th Circuit are Daytona Beach, Volusia, Flagler, and St. John. And then I also cover a lot of cases in the 8th Judicial Circuit, McLean and Alachua.
And so in this private practice realm, what kinds of evaluations are you conducting on inmates and corrections population?
So yeah, most of my work is criminal. I do some civil work, but I'm pretty busy with criminal cases. So the majority of cases that established forensic psychologists be doing are competency. That's the most common mental health issue that comes up in a courtroom. So that would be, someone understand their charges. Are they able to work with the lawyer? Is there any mental illness or intellectual disabilities preventing them from doing that? So that's going to be the majority of your cases. But I also do insanity cases where somebody pleads not guilty by reason of insanity, sentencing cases such as this one, risk assessments, sex offender risk assessments, violence risk assessments, do mitigation evals for defense attorneys. That's pretty much the nature of my work.
Okay. Do you work for both prosecutors, defense attorneys, and as obviously you said courts in this type of work?
Yes, and I'm retained by all 3 parties' defense. I've been retained by this public defender's office on multiple occasions, and I'm retained by prosecutors.
Okay. Have you ever served on any research committees related
Well, Dick, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence. If you ain't first, you're last.
To your field and forensic reports.
Yes, ma'am.
Describe that.
Yeah, so the Department of Children and Families had contacted me. They wanted me to sit on this committee that was going to review all the forensic examiner reports throughout the state, basically quality assurance. So we rated each examiner's reports. The biggest issue was, were the reports consistent with the criteria from the court? And that's where we saw a lot of problems. Honestly, was that some experts weren't really addressing the things that statutorily are supposed to address. And then there were some other quality issues that we looked at, but essentially I was part of, I think it was 5 people, and it was conducted through the University of South Florida, their forensic mental health program, and DCF was the lead agency.
Okay. Now, specifically when you do mitigation type work or work prior to sentencing, does your process that you go through differ depending on which side hires you?
No, not at all. I mean, I approach every examination the same way, whether I'm court appointed, defense, state. I mean, I've had conversations with attorneys, judges, and the feedback I've gotten is people feel like, I'm going to be as objective as I can be. I don't play games when it comes to the referral source.
Now, the timing of when you may get involved might be different depending on who hires you. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain what your process, your forensic interviewing process is, and specifically what you went through in this case, ultimately to form your opinion. Just what's your standard practice, and how do you conduct one of these evaluations?
Yes, ma'am. So in a case like this, which is what we would call an age disposition evaluation, you want to review records as much as you can that are relevant. I mean, attorneys can always cross-examine, you didn't review this, you're that. I review things that I consider relevant to the assessment, and if they're available. You want to look at the circumstances of the offense, especially if you have other experts that are implying that certain disorders might have had an influence on the offense. It's really important to understand what that person was thinking before, during, and after committing such an offense. Looking at, in this case, I looked at multiple depositions from witnesses. I reviewed audio recordings of the defendant. Those statements were very significant. I got a psychosocial, we call psychosocial history, relevant history from the defendant. So I asked about his background and problems he's had in the past, criminal offense history. I think that would be relevant. Conduct a mental status exam. So I'm looking for evidence of any kind of mental impairment or intellectual disability. And then if appropriate and need for, then you decide what testing you want to give. So you don't give every single test we have in psychology. It's kind of like when you go to your primary care physician. If you complain about heart problems, they're going to test you for your heart. They're not going to test you for your brain. Testing, and then ultimately you either write a report, or in some cases like this one, they just want verbal testimony.
Okay. And if there are other experts who have done things, you may get things like raw data. Is that right?
Yes, and there's anytime you do a psychological instrument, there's what's called raw data. So it might be like circling certain responses, or bubbling in something, or writing something, or doing some kind of puzzle. But there's usually some form of raw data that an expert relies on to come up with results and conclusions.
Okay. And is that raw data actually shared directly between the practitioners? It doesn't even go to the attorneys. Right?
Yeah. So the ethical standards in the field, are such that we are disbarred from giving raw data to anybody who's not trained to interpret it, which would include attorneys. So in practice, if an attorney says, "Hey, could you send me the raw data?" I'm like, "No, I can't due to ethical consideration. But if you have an expert, I will be glad to send it directly to that expert." So yeah, in most cases, if there is raw data, especially a case like this, experts will show each other the raw data.
Okay. You mentioned a mental status exam as part of your overall evaluation. Just explain a little bit more about what that means. Not as to this event yet, but just what are you doing there in a mental status exam?
Sure. So I'm assessing for various issues. One is orientation. Does the person know where they are, the date, their situation that they're there? I'm assessing their motor behaviors, or any accelerated motor behavior or impaired motor behavior. I'm assessing, do they comprehend questions, and to what degree of comprehension are they showing? So I may start out with real simple vocabulary, but then when I realize that this person can understand it, I'll get to more sophisticated vocabulary. So I'm eyeballing where they are as far as their intelligence. I'm assessing their memory capacity, short-term memory, long-term memory. I'm assessing their affect. So affect or mood are two different things. Affect would be what you can visibly observe. So if you see somebody crying and looking depressed and their affect is depressed, but then you ask them about their mood, how are you feeling? So then they'll describe subjectively how they're feeling, assessing for other symptoms that may be indicative of mood disorder. So for example, in depression, people often lose their appetite, they may not be able to sleep well or sleeping too much, asking for any thoughts of hurting themselves or others, and observing a person that is showing any signs of mania or hypomania. You usually see that through the rate of their speech, the flow of their speech. I'm looking for a thought.
Is Mr. Cochran eminent? So Mr. Cochran of the Cochrans, of the Cochrans, when Mr. Cochran for the Cochrans, Mr. Cochran,
Mr. Cochran's.
Natalie Cochran, Miss Cochran's, Mr. Cochran.
That says Michael Cochran.
Page 2. It says Michael
Look,
Cochran.
It says Michael Cochran.
Michael Cochran.
Cochrane.
Solution group.
Tactical. Cochrane's.
Michael Cochran. Folks.
Cochrane Tacticals.
However, Mr. Cochran.
And they said they can't do anything. You're a cunt. That's plain simple. Just like that. Simple. Can't. You can't say that.
Organization, are they able to connect things in a relevant fashion? Are they sequential in their speech? I'm assessing for psychosis. I asked them directly, are you having or have had any type of hallucination? I'm assessing their speech for any kind of delusional ideas. That's pretty much the gist of the mental status exam.
Okay, and obviously you do this as a primary part of your practice, so you testify often in courts in the state of Florida, I presume?
I've testified many times, yes.
Are we talking 10 times, 50 times?
Hundreds.
Also in Massachusetts, it sounds like?
I testified there almost every day when I was in juvenile court, because they're coming in every day, and there's always somebody that needs to be assessed. But I testified hundreds of times up there, and I'll leave that number loose.
Yeah.
I don't keep track, but it's definitely in the hundreds.
Okay. And more recently, while you've been in Florida, do you know your approximate breakdown, testify for the state or defendants, especially in let's say homicide cases, murder cases, things like that in this realm?
I think it's pretty even. I mean, the referral sources are going to come more from defense because that's their client, they see them early. But the testimony really, in my opinion, tells you, and I've talked to other professionals, and what you want to see from an expert is an expert that testifies fairly evenly across the board, because then that person is considered objective. So there are many times that the state hires me, and my opinion is consistent with the defense's opinion. There are many times that the defense hires me, and my opinion is consistent with the state's opinion. I don't care who hires me. I'm going to call it the way I see it. And so that's the way I built my career. I've been very successful, and I think I probably get the most cases in the Fourth Circuit. I think that's what the courts want, is experts to be objective, regardless of who hired them. So I'm happy and proud to say that as far as my testimony experience, it's been pretty split evenly, from defense calling me to the state calling me and doing court-appointed evals where the judge essentially has ordered an eval.
And when you do testify, in what areas have you been allowed to give your opinion?
I've testified in capital death penalty cases before, such as this one. I've testified in juvenile cases. I testified in a landmark Supreme Court decision where the Supreme Court looked at evidence of juvenile brain functioning.
I'll rephrase the question. Doctor, what I was looking at, looking for there is areas like clinical psychology, forensics, things like that.
Yeah, I thought you meant like specific.
Yeah.
Okay. My degree's in clinical psychology and I have plenty of experience in clinical psychology. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. And in forensic psychology, clinical psychology plays in because there you're assessing for mental disorders. What forensics does is it extends it to the judicial system. So it's how is somebody's psychological functioning relevant to a specific judicial matter.
And what were you asked to do in the case versus state of Florida versus Mark Wilson?
So the state attorney asked for the evaluation. They indicated that there were some defense experts that had evaluated Mr. Wilson. And they basically just wanted a second opinion as to whether or not there were any relevant psychological disturbances related to the offense.
And something else that you were provided from the state in your role in this is you're provided expert opinions on mitigation from the defense, and you're asked to explore those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what type of records or materials, let me just ask you about some areas, because the jurors have heard a lot now all week about all the records and materials that are available in this case. Did you receive a lengthy offense report, arrest reports from the Putnam County Sheriff's Office about the actual offense?
Yes, ma'am. It was It was lengthy and pretty detailed, different eyewitnesses and controlled conversations, things like that.
Okay. Did you receive the actual audio recording between the defendant and his mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive both or either a transcript or a recording of a very lengthy interview of the defendant with law enforcement after the homicide, after his arrest?
Yes, I had the actual recordings with the officers, turn on the recording devices.
And did you have, there were 3 shorter audios that were taken on scene sort of just hours after the murder with Detective Higginbotham?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have, I believe there were some Alachua work release probation records in the defendant's history?
Yes.
Putnam County Jail records, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
There were some psych evals from a Dr. Levin in 2010, I believe you reviewed.
Correct.
Several depositions, both of some laypersons in this case and experts from the defense, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you receive raw testing data from Dr. Kropp and Dr. Kionis?
I did.
Okay. Now you have that material. When did you get the opportunity to meet with the defendant?
It was October 17th.
Do you know approximately how long you did that?
It was over 2 hours, I believe.
No, I believe you previously just described the structure of an interview, but specifically as it relates to Mr. Wilson, kind of before we get into what happened, just outline the order in which that interview occurred, mental status, and then, how do you conduct?
So the first thing I did was I just asked them, what's your legal situation? Just it's kind of a pseudo competency. I just want to make sure the person understands why he's there. Because if somebody's totally disoriented, I think it's important to let the court know something happened. This person, can't really participate right now because they're having some type of disorientation that's going on. So I just make sure people understand why we're there. I give them notice of limits of confidentiality. So I told them that this was not confidential. I was going to write a report potentially if they wanted me to, or that at least share this information with the prosecutor, and that more than likely I have to testify in court. So I want people to understand that what they say could make in the courtroom. Then I start just asking about their background and trying to establish some rapport, trying to get the person to open up more, doing some specific questions related to mental status, and then eventually in a case like this, you get into the heart of the matter, which is the offense itself. That's why we're here. So I asked about circumstances leading up to, during, and after the offense. Then I administered a psychological instrument. Procedurally, I think that's about it as far as when I was there.
Okay. And so let's start with, what were your impressions from the mental status exam of this defendant?
So Mr. Wilson was oriented. He knew where he was. He knew the date. He knew who his attorney was who was sitting in the evaluation. He knew her role. He knew why I was there. I didn't see any problems in his self-care. His grooming, his hygiene seemed fine. Motor behavior was fine. I particularly was looking at fine motor behavior. So you have 2 kinds of motor behaviors. Gross motor behavior would be like just running across the room. But then fine motor behavior, as far as manipulating objects, and I'm looking to see if any disturbances there. I didn't see any. I'm seeing if the person can comprehend questions and what level of intelligence are they showing me. And my estimation was that he was functioning in the low average to average range of intelligence based on his vocabulary. He spoke coherently in a lucid way. I didn't see any signs of any kind of memory disturbances in the mental status exam. And that relates to the psychosocial history. He was able to recall a number of details related to his history. I was looking for any signs of any kind of neurocognitive problem. For example, aphasia is real common, ability to put your thoughts into speech. Apraxia is disturbance in motor behaviors, disturbances in executive functions, not being able to put things in a sequence, to deal with multiple issues simultaneously. And I didn't see any disturbances that were there either. Then I got into affect. He was generally euthymic. I didn't see any signs of distress or depression or so forth. He was tapping his foot at times. That became more pronounced when I was asking about the offense itself. Then he denied any. I asked about any emotional problems leading up to this. He denied any significant emotional problems. Said that he didn't feel depressed or anxious prior to the offense. Observational wise, he wasn't manic. He wasn't hyperactive. So he denied thoughts of hurting himself or others, and then there was no evidence of psychosis. He denied had any type of hallucinations. He didn't show evidence of that, and his speech was free from any delusional ideas.
Okay. Now, you made a comment about IQ, and I know you're intelligent. You're assessing that sort of the whole time you're interacting with it. But what is your opinion? I believe you said average to low average, and where do you get that from?
So, yeah, I didn't do an IQ test because it really wasn't necessary. I mean, if I saw that there was a problem with comprehension, I would have done it or vocabulary. But, you know, an IQ test can take 2 hours to give, and you know, you don't give tests that aren't necessary. It's true in medicine. It's true in psychology. So I didn't see any indications in the mental status exam that he was intellectually impaired. And then his history reflects that he's not intellectually impaired. You got a GED that requires. I mean, an intellectually disabled person typically can't attain that. He told me he had to work in, I believe, as an electrician at one point, and one other occupation that requires a significant degree of intelligence. So I remember here. He had done mechanical work and electrician work. Said he wasn't unemployed at the time of his arrest. I asked him specifically why, to see if there's any disability. He said no, it was because of COVID. And then I asked him if he had ever applied for disability benefits. Usually people who are impaired, you know, they apply for disability. He says he's never applied for disability before. I asked him about his adaptive behaviors, because when you assess for intelligence, we've gotten away from IQ scores and gotten more to adaptive behaviors in diagnosing intelligence. IQ scores are still important, but we're not giving as much weight to them anymore. And so I asked him, you know, were you able to drive independently, get around the community on your own? He said he could. I asked him, could you manage your own finances? He said he could. So typically people who have significant intellectual problems aren't able to do those kind of activities, much less get a GED, maintain that level of employment. So everything converged on the conclusion that he does not have any significant intellectual problems.
He was able to understand questions that you asked him?
Yes, ma'am, he understood all the questions.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review Dr. Croft's specific raw data as to the intelligence scale he gave him?
Yes, ma'am.
And just, you familiar with the intelligence test he gave him?
Yeah, I administered it myself.
Okay. And I believe he scored him at a full scale IQ of 75. After looking at the raw data, what is your opinion as to that score reflection compared to what you saw?
I think it's invalid. I don't give it any weight. And I'll tell you why. There's a couple of reasons. If you look at the raw test data, actually the testing wasn't done by Dr. Croft, it was done by his assistant. And his assistant, I don't know if you knew the circumstance of the case, but in good form, the assistant did note the defendant's presentation during testing, which is important because there are certain, what we call confounds to test results. That is that there may be other factors besides that person, let's say their intelligence, it's influencing the test results. So for example, a real obvious one would be if I'm giving you an IQ test and somebody outside the room is like playing a trumpet really loud, it's going to distract you and you're not going to do your best. These tests are you can only rely on them if a person is fully cooperative and does their best, gives their optimum performance on these tests. Now, this assistant that did the testing had multiple notations in the testing that the defendant was highly distracted during testing. Okay, and that is a major confound when it comes to intelligence testing and even neuropsych testing. You cannot reliably give an intelligence test to somebody if they're highly distracted. You have to treat the distractibility first, get them at optimal performance before you actually give the testing. Now, if you do the testing while they're so distracted, you certainly need to make a note of it and indicate that that is a potential confound. And I know it was a confound because that score of 75 is really low, does not match his educational history, does not match his employment history, and does not match his adaptive behaviors in the community, and certainly did not match how he presented in my examination. So, yeah, I mean, once I saw multiple indications of high distractibility while doing tests that require full attention, I'm sorry, I cannot rely on that test data because more than likely it's invalid. The second reason, there's two reasons. The second reason is you're in neuropsych testing and of that nature, you're supposed to do malingering testing at the time that you're doing a neuropsych testing. I don't know if you've heard that term malingering. Malingering is any deliberate faking or exaggerating of symptoms for some secondary gain. And in forensic cases like this, especially a death penalty case like this, you always got to be mindful of malingering because there is an incentive to malingering. Now, Dr. Kropp indicated that he gave one malingering measure for memory. And that's fine, it's an acceptable test. The problem is, in his assessment, he didn't give that test at the time of the assessment. He gave it weeks later after he did the neuropsych eval. And I can tell you, people's results on malingering scores can dramatically change day to day. So you're supposed to, by standard practice, and I've reviewed many neuropsych assessment reports.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
That you give the malingering test while you give the neuropsych battery. That is standard practice. And it is an outlier to give a malingering test weeks after you actually do the neuropsych battery. So, you know, what I observed was not consistent with the results. I think that his scores were deflated due to either the distractibility, malingering, or both. And so I did not give any significant weight to this test.
Okay. And we'll get into a little bit more of Dr. Kropp's testing, but what you were referring to there at the end was the malingering test, the TOMM, the TOM.
Yeah, the TOM means test of malingering memory.
And you recall from looking at the dates of the test that that was given by itself on its own day at the very end.
Correct. I honestly don't understand why it was done like that. It's not what you're supposed to do.
In addition, you touched on his GED. Obviously, you talked about why that's important. He obtained that. How he generally presented was the fact that he had no IEP and was never in ESE classes. Is that something you would look for?
Absolutely. And I asked him, I said, you know, somebody with an IQ, 75 is low. I mean, we're talking percentage wise, when you think about this. That would mean that he would probably be around the 5th percentile if he truly had that level of intelligence, meaning that 9 out of 10 people would have greater intelligence than him. And he did not present that way at all during the examination. Now, what the attorney's asking here is about special ed. If a child, IQ scores are developed early in life, usually by the age of 6 or 7, the IQ that you have then is going to be the IQ that you have now, okay? So if this person truly had that low of an intelligence, it is highly unlikely that he would not have been given an individual educational plan called an IEP and be in some form of special education, much less be able to earn a GED. Somebody with an IQ score typically can't progress past the 6th or 7th grade, right? They don't have the capability of learning high school material like people who are not intellectually disabled. So the fact that he was not involved in any kind of special ed or I had an IEP, according to him, his own statements, is inconsistent with that IQ test score.
Okay. And you touched on it, and again, the jury has heard all of this at length, so I'm not going to go through every single thing he told you, but he was able to talk to you about family, background, medical, childhood. You discussed all of that with him, is that right?
Yeah, he provided specific details about his medical history, his family history, criminal offense history. He was able to do that.
And what did he tell you? I'm going to get into a couple areas a little bit more detail, specifically about medical and any head injuries. Were you asking him about that?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he tell you about
So I asked him, I started out with an open-ended question, like, do you have any significant medical problems, things like diabetes, heart conditions, anything like that? He said, no, you don't have any significant problems. So then I got more specific. I'm like, have you ever had any kind of major head injury? He denied that. Have you ever had any kind of seizures? He denied that. I asked him if he had ever been referred by a physician to see a neurologist. He said he wasn't sure. I didn't see anywhere in the records where he actually had a history of that. I asked him if he had ever had any kind of amnesia prior to this offense, what many lay people call blackouts. And he said, I'm not sure. So that was the gist of what he reported medically.
And did he talk to you about his substance abuse history, childhood, adulthood, and then we'll talk about the offense later, but was he able to recite that to you?
Yes, he said that he had been using substances since his juvenile years. And more recently, I'm sorry, just want to make sure. He reported that he was using methamphetamine about once per week. Also had been using an opioid that was not prescribed to him, narcotic, and said that he also was using marijuana.
Now, some of the experts that met with Mr. Wilson from the defense had opined that he was suffering from PTSD. Did you explore that potential diagnosis? And if so, what was your opinion?
Yes, in the mental status exam, I asked him, any kind of emotional problems, disturbances, sleep problems, things like that. He didn't endorse anything that would be related to post-traumatic stress disorder.
Mr. Wilson does have a history of some traumatic events in his childhood, and I'm not sure how much of the domestic violence that he witnessed you got into. But if in fact he had witnessed domestic violence as a child and some traumatic events, is that by itself the reason to diagnose someone with PTSD? Just explain to the jurors a little bit more about PTSD. Sure. And how you come to that.
Yes, ma'am. So to diagnose PTSD, there has to be the person either experienced some life-threatening situation, and it doesn't say what exactly it has to be, just that the person perceives it as life-threatening or observed something that could be life-threatening, substantial trauma to somebody else. So like, you happen to walk upon a car accident, it's pretty bad. That could lead to potential PTSD symptoms, but people respond differently to trauma. most people are exposed to domestic violence in childhood do not develop PTSD. The majority of my criminal cases, most people say they have been exposed to domestic violence in childhood at some point. Okay, it's fairly common in the criminal justice system. So what you assess for is, first off, was there that degree of trauma? But even more importantly, is what symptoms is the person displaying? And so there's various symptoms. Sleep problems is very common, night terrors, flashback experiences where you perceptually are reliving the trauma, intrusive recollections of trauma. So you might be at work and you just can't get that trauma out of your head. People will avoid cues that resemble the trauma. So let's say a combat veteran has PTSD, he or she could very much have a hard time watching a war movie. So they tend to avoid those things. Sometimes loud sounds, can trigger, a lot of anxiety. So they'll avoid places like fireworks, things like that. So they're avoiding cues of trauma. There's also hypervigilance many times where you're just kind of like on edge all the time. And then many times also an increased startle response. So, if somebody sneaks up behind you, you might get startled. So for them, it's really exaggerated. Like they, it's a very fearful kind of situation for them.
And if someone is suffering from PTSD and they have that, can you explain how long that lasts in person and if it differs depending on degrees and how people recover from that?
It really varies by person. Typically with PTSD, it's seen because the person goes to a psychiatrist or their primary care physician, because these are really unpleasant symptoms, the ones I just described to you. And but the course of the illness varies by person. We all have different abilities to adapt, and it varies, if somebody's receiving treatment or not.
Dr. Quinones testified that the defendant has provisional PTSD. What does that mean in your professional world, the word provisional?
Provisional means he doesn't really know. Provisional is a hypothesis. So he believes based on his evaluation that he may have PTSD, but it's not to within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, or he wouldn't have put provisional.
Now, you discussed how you, I want to get into the questions that you asked him about the homicide, the incident. What were your thoughts? And you described to the jurors, how you walked him through that, what you asked, what was important surrounding the homicide that you wanted to inquire about.
Yeah, so I was aware that he had been claiming amnesia for the offense. And so I had already had evidence of his statements to police. I had reviewed those, so I had some idea of what actually transpired that day, especially immediately afterwards. So in order to assess if somebody has amnesia for an offense, you have to inquire about the offense. You can't say, oh, this guy's got a memory problem. I didn't ask him what actually happened during the offense or even afterwards to see if, first off, is he actually being credible in his report? Or it could be that somebody has a memory problem, but it doesn't relate to the offense. I don't see any evidence in neurocognitive in his records. In my evaluation, there certainly wasn't any explanation for him having any kind of blackout periods. I became aware that he was attributing to methamphetamine. So I wanted to assess, well, is that true? I mean, people who, in order for you to have some amnestic episode where you're totally out of reality, you got to use a heavy amount of amphetamine. But that amphetamine is more likely to cause other symptoms than memory problems. When somebody's high on methamphetamine, especially a heavy dose of it, you can tell. These officers, they have experience, so they tell you, they see it. I've seen it in the jails when people come in. First off, they're usually rapid in speech, talking 100 miles an hour. Many times they don't make sense as to what they're saying, bouncing from topic to topic. They usually are sweating profusely. That's a physiological effect of amphetamine. Their motor behavior is accelerated. They usually can't sequence speech in a logical order, right? So that's what I was looking for too. Was there any evidence of amnesia, genuine amnesia? Was there any evidence that he actually was impaired by amphetamine? So I interviewed him, compared his statements to the actual evidence in the case.
And what were your conclusions after doing that? How did he behave with you, and then what did you confront him with at the court?
So the thing that I was really impressed by in this case was this individual could remember many details in his history, and he could remember things that were favorable to him. He could remember what medication he took in prison, the exact name of it. Could remember aspects of his life that could be considered mitigation. But when we got into the actual killing, that's what he couldn't remember. We got into things that would be viewed, I think, by most people as negative. That's what he claims to not remember, such as hiding of the murder weapons, wrapping them up in a towel. his confession to his mother. But his amnesia is selective. Because see, if he truly used so much amphetamine that he couldn't remember again, he would have showed other symptoms first. But that amnesia is not going to be selective for the most negative parts of your case. And it's not certainly going to start when you kill somebody, then stop, or you're going shopping, going to a medical center, then start again when you provide a confession to your mother, then start again when you lie to the police, okay? And that's what I observed. What I observed was selective memory or selective amnesia, which were tied to the most negative aspects of the case, and amnesia that was non-sequential. And what that suggests to me is that this individual is not credible.
And so you're looking at both his recount at the time to law enforcement about, I know what I did up until, talking about the morning of August 26th. I go to the convenience store, I get coffee and donuts, I come back, I fold laundry, all of those events that he gives law enforcement and or you, and then you move forward throughout the day. And so you're looking at what he remembers and doesn't remember?
I'm looking at what he remembers and doesn't remember. I'm looking at, does it follow a logical sequence? Why is it that he doesn't remember killing the kids, doesn't remember hiding the murder weapons, but remember what happened before it and remember what happened after it, but then doesn't remember his confession in a recorded phone call, but then remembers what happens after that? Our textbooks in forensic psychology says when you see that, it's usually malignant. It's usually somebody who's trying to fake you out, because that's not how the human brain works, okay? And but on top of that, again, his claim is that it was an amphetamine-induced amnesia. So I'm looking for, well, what are the symptoms that he actually was high on amphetamine? Because it would take a lot of amphetamine to cause that. And I listened to the conversation with the officer. He was able to spell names correctly, quickly, could provide a sequence of events, provided information about other, it sounds like he was providing information about other potential people that might have been involved in this, okay? So there was no hyper speech at the time. I didn't see any evidence in his speech. I've seen people coming on jail on meth, they're high on meth. And his presentation with the officer and those recordings was not consistent with him being high on meth. And again, his selective memory for certain things are not sequential. If you take it all into account, okay, plus the evidence of his being deceitful with officers, all indicates to me that this individual is not credible in regards to his report about these circumstances leading to these two murders.
And that interview that you just pointed to about the able to spell things, the coherent speech, and I believe you said he pointed to someone else. Are you touching on the reference to the guy in the Mustang that broke down in front of the house?
Yeah. So I asked him in my evaluation when he talked to that officer the first time, he didn't know if there were dead boys in that house, and he admitted that he did. And if you read or you listen to the audio recordings, he's acting like he doesn't know. Right? He's not in distress. Okay. And within the recordings, and this is an impression, it's subjective, okay? But he starts talking about, without even really being asked a question about some Mustang that had been parked there for a week. And then he comes back to the officer wanting to get different information. It was my impression that he was trying to set up or lead police into looking potentially at someone else besides himself, despite him already knowing that these kids were dead. And I asked him point blank, did you lie to the officer? And he admitted he did. Now, if somebody has an amnestic episode for killing two children, in my opinion, they don't know that they did it because they don't remember it, right? And then you walk in on two bodies. What's going to be your reaction? I think most people would be shocked, devastated, but that's not how he presented during that recording with the officer. What he was doing was lying and being calculated and setting up a potential other, for them to go with some other false lead.
And along those lines, Doc, have you, in your 30 some odd years in this population, have you seen that? Have you seen someone who truly had that sort of episode or psychosis and they didn't truly remember it, so they behaved the way you're describing? Like, you've seen that? That's actually the form of question. Just asking if you've seen it in real life or read it in a textbook.
That's a valid question. Well, I've seen many defendants who had genuine mental illness at the time that they killed people or engaged in other violent offenses. If it's genuine, you don't see the selective amnesia. There may be cases where they're having cases where they're so psychotic that they do have a troubled memory around the incident itself. But those cases, usually like when they come into contact with law enforcement hours after they kill somebody while in a psychotic rage, the law enforcement officer picks up on it right away because the person's still psychotic. Or they did it on some kind of drug binge, they're still experiencing those things. So the officer notices it and they document it. And many times they'll transfer the person to a facility, a Baker Act facility or a hospital. That's not what occurred in this case.
And so is your opinion that you do not feel that he was suffering from extreme mental or emotional distress at the time of this homicide?
No, and I'll give the basis of that. I mean, there's an audio of him confessing to a plan to do this. That is completely inconsistent with somebody who either had some psychosis, amnesia, or emotional distress. What did he do after he killed the two kids? He went and hid the murder weapons. Then he goes out into the community while his dead children are in the home. He's buying donuts. He's going back to the officer trying to rationalize things because he knows that they're onto him. He goes to a medical appointment.
And so it doesn't sound like when, in your interview with him, when he gives you the, I don't know, I don't remember, do you try to follow up that with a piece of evidence to see if that's genuine or not?
Yes, and he became very evasive and defensive when it came to talking about the killings and what he did afterwards. And it just started to become a string of, I don't know, I don't know. I asked him about his confession to his mother, which occurred hours after this. He said he didn't remember talking to his mother. But he remembered things that occurred before talking to his mother. So it became anything that was basically showed him as a bad guy. And most people consider that's what he didn't remember. But he could remember other things.
And in fact, there's some details even that he gives law enforcement at the end of the longer interview. Are you also not just the audios right after, but you watch some 4 hours of substance where he lies for about half of it and then he eventually talks to them in detail. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So he even gives some detail to those officers about who he killed first and the weapon and the door he went in. Did he even give you that?
No.
That level of detail?
Yeah, he now, when people get defensive after the fact, he's saying now he doesn't remember. The real important information, in my opinion, when I look at this stuff, is what actually occurred around the time of the offense. That's usually the truth. Okay, so the evidence here is that he was lying. He knew these kids were dead. Okay, he's going around the community doing different things. He's not in emotional distress. He's not impaired. He's able to do higher functioning activities. Okay, but now he wants to recreate the story after the fact. And when I got into it with him, then he decided he didn't want to meet anymore because I was challenging him. That's what we're supposed to do as forensic psychologists. You don't just do testing and say that's it. So I started challenging him on, well, these are inconsistencies. And I asked him specifically the part that he got upset with. I asked him, so, okay, you tell me that you don't remember confessing that you premeditated with a plan to kill these boys to your mother, right? But I asked him, I said, if that's true, if you did say that to your mother, wouldn't that indicate that this was a premeditated, planned act? And he did admit, yes, that what he said would indicate a premeditated planned act, which is inconsistent with an amphetamine-induced psychosis or amnesia, okay? But that's when he said that's it, he was done, and he didn't want to meet anymore. And so, what I advised him was like, look, I can't force you to meet with me, but I can interpret this, in a professional way. It potentially could be adversarial to you. I'm going to have to testify that this is the point that you decided not to meet, right? And then his attorney, after a few attempts, his attorney, convinced him to go ahead and continue with the assessment.
But after that, did you attempt to administer any sort of testing that to try to give you any more insight in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the test that you tried to administer, or you did administer with him?
So I gave him what's called an MMPI-2. There's actually now an MMPI-3, but the MMPI-2 has correctional profile. So I wanted to see because he was now post-conviction, how he compared to other correction inmates. And that test is one of the most widely used instruments in the country. It's been accepted routinely by courts. It is a comprehensive instrument that provides a picture, a diagnostic picture of what somebody may be suffering from and kind of mental illness. PTSD is included, psychosis, it gets into substance abuse, and it also gets into personality disorders. And there's various personality disorders. So I was interested in saying, what would he yield in this objective instrument? Now, the nice thing about this instrument is it includes what are called validity scales, because anybody can take a psych instrument and just start self-reporting what they want to. And a lot of these tests, like some of these PTSD tests, that's all they are. It's just self-report without any validity indicators. The MMPI is a great test because it has the living indicators. And what those indicators tell us is how the person's approaching the test. Its ability indicators are in a normal range. It suggests the person was honest, was being forthcoming about their symptoms. If there's certain scales that are elevated, it tells me that the person was defensive. It didn't want to admit to just basic human weaknesses. I see a lot of those profiles in child custody cases or disability cases. People that, not disability, child custody cases where somebody wants to look real good, but they're overdoing it. Like they're not even admitting to faults that we all have, okay? And then the third one is that they're exaggerating, if not outright feigning symptoms. So it tells me that somebody approaches test where they're going to really exaggerate the problems that they have, or completely fake that they have symptoms.
Now, before we go into your results with the defendant, Dr. Quiones has testified that that instrument should not be used or given to an individual with no trauma in their past. What can you tell the jurors about your opinion on that?
That's a completely false statement. There's 2 PTSD scales on the MMPI. So how in the world can you not give an MMPI to somebody who's had trauma? The MMPI actually helps you assess for PTSD. And the thing is, it's better than the self-report instruments because it gives you a validity indicator. Anybody can say, yeah, I have sleep problems. Yeah, I'm startled. We all can do that. But the validity indicators are hard to fake because people aren't aware of what the test is looking for. And so the nice thing about the MMPI is it does have 2 PTSD scales. I've given it numerous times to people who do have PTSD. It's been accepted in court for PTSD cases. I've testified in cases such as battered women's syndrome. People have PTSD, and what do I give them? The MMPI. So it is an absolute relevant test for post-traumatic stress disorder.
And then you said that it has and I may not use the right word, you can score it. Not just on a general population, but you can actually compare your person to a corrections population too.
Correct. So in the MMPI-2, they have where they've done research on how MMPI-2, how correctional inmates would respond to the MMPI-2, and that would be the appropriate base for him because that's what it is, correctional inmates post-conviction, right? The new MMPI-3 has got some new clinical information, but doesn't have the correctional profile like the MMPI-2. It's still in development. We're transitioning to it. It just recently came out. So the validity scales, there's no difference between the 2 and the 3. If somebody's exaggerating 2, they're going to exaggerate 3. And so given all the circumstances I gave in the MMPI-2, just the objective instrument would tell me.
And did that instrument, what were the results? Was it able to give you any insight into any disorders that you had?
No, it could not.
And why not?
Because his validity scales were off the scale. He scored like the highest score you possibly can on fake. It is that he exaggerated, if not completely feigned, a number of responses on the test. So and the computer printout told me, you cannot interpret this test because of extreme exaggeration. Now, there are, and I believe in being completely open about things, there are alternative explanations too for that profile, but it's the examiner who gives the test that has to make that determination. Another examiner cannot, unless he actually saw a videotape of the examination. So the alternative explanation, and this is in far fewer cases of this level of severity on that, it's called an F scale, right? But it would be somebody that's so distressed at the time of the testing that they really couldn't even take the test. And I did not observe that at all. I had him read the test item, he could read it, he understood it. During the testing, there were no signs of any emotional distress. I asked him specifically right before the test if he was having any emotional problems, and he denied it. So the only conclusion in this case is that he faked that test.
And when you mean, just to put it in context, in his case, it was the exaggeration of, not the deflation of, I think.
Yeah, he approached the test like, I'm just gonna say I have all these problems, and it's unrealistic. Like there's no human being that would have all those symptoms.
That's what I was trying to get at. So what that data tells you is there's no one human being that would basically who's endorsing all of or many symptoms of many psychotic disorders.
Yeah. If you were, again, you cannot interpret it. The test tells you specifically you can't because there's extreme exaggeration on it. But if you want to hypothetically say that it was true, he would have multiple disorder. And would he scored higher than what people at the Chattahoochee facility would. And the test even tells you that. It tells you that he scored higher than people in inpatient psychiatric facilities. Now he has no evidence, he has no history of even being in an inpatient psychiatric facility. So that tells you how bad he exaggerated it.
And all of this, everything you've been talking about today, your impression with him, your interaction with him, and the way that he approached the test, does that lead you to anything about his personality?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
At a minimum, he has antisocial personality traits, and there's a number of reasons why in adulthood, and there's some evidence in childhood, and I believe that he has an antisocial personality too.
And had he approached the MMPI to putting forth his best effort, you may or may not have been able to glean some more information about that, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I didn't see any evidence of mental illness in my exam. The only psychiatric history he had was taking antidepressant while in prison. That's very common. Inmates often just want a medication to help them through the incarceration. He didn't seek psychiatric care once he was released from prison. Now, if somebody truly has PTSD, that's a pretty distressful illness. Don't you think that they would try to get help for that? They usually do, or somebody's going to refer them for psychiatric care. But he didn't. The only time he took an antidepressant was while he was in prison. So I always just try to come at different roads to my conclusions. So those two roads were telling me he's not mentally ill. But let me see what this test tells me. I already knew he was deceitful based on his history with police, based on other things that he told me about his probation, based on how he's presenting with me. But I want to see, could he actually give me a valid MMPI and what it said? And he didn't. He prevented me from looking at it. Now, I would suspect that he would score high on antisocial because that's what I was seeing. But antisocial people tend to be deceitful. And on the test, he was deceitful.
Okay. Now, I want to circle back. We touched on it a little bit in the beginning, and just since we're ending on some testing here, Dr. Kropp did as you referenced earlier, a battery of neuropsych tests, and then ultimately ended with the TOM. You kind of explained why, you did explain, I believe, why you don't agree with the way that was administered, correct? The TOM being on its own day.
It falls outside of standard practice. You don't give a malingering test weeks after you do your battery.
Okay. And Dr. Kropp testified that he could do it that way essentially because all of the other tests he gave have independent malingering scales within them. Is that true about all the other tests that you reviewed?
Factually inaccurate. The tests that he had, given I've reviewed them, they do not have validity indicators on it. The TOM is a measure of malingering. And it certainly would have been appropriate for him to give it at the time that he gave the other test. Why he waited weeks, I honestly can't remember any case that I've been involved in that an expert has done that. All the neuropsychology reports that I get, they always do the malingering test with the battery. The TOM only takes 15 minutes or so to give, 15, 20 minutes. There's no reason not to give it at the time of the assessment.
And then you also commented on the other reason, the other thing you saw in the raw data behind the actual results was the comments about being distracted and stuff. Is that?
Yes, I mean, when I first glanced at the data, I said, well, this is really unusual because that's not how, I just thought it was suspicious. And then I met with them and I was like, I don't see that. And then I looked at it more carefully and I saw the notations by the assistant that he was highly distracted. There were multiple ones. And I was like, that's a confound. Like, you're not even supposed to give a test if they're highly distractible. You got to resolve that first. And so now I realize why the test results look weird and inconsistent. So I didn't give them any weight in my assessment.
And I've asked you about the one mitigator that the defense has proffered, the extreme mental and emotional distress, and you answered that. But did you find any evidence that this defendant cannot appreciate the criminality of his behavior and conform to the laws in and around the time of his offense?
No, not at all. I mean, I don't know if you've listened to the audio tapes with the officers. I mean, he's literally lying. He told me he knew the kids were already down dead.
The narrative, the questions, it's not responsive.
Go ahead, explain why you don't know.
Can you just repeat? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If somebody already knows that they killed 2 people and they're purposely going to an officer lying, then goes back to the officer with new information or clarifying information that he gave was inaccurate, setting up seemingly, and again, it's an impression, seemingly trying to set it up where he's going to pin it on somebody else, or at least steer law enforcement in that direction. Goes to a store, buys donuts, or whatever else, goes to a medical appointment, no reports that he was impaired in his ability to do that, a confession that he planned to kill these kids for a specific purpose, All of that tells me that he knew what he was doing. It was calculated, it was planned.
Objection, Your Honor, the purpose of Dr. Meadows is to refute mitigation, not establish aggravators.
Not what I'm trying to do. Oh, I'm gonna ask a follow-up.
I just follow.
So doctor, I just wanna make sure I understand. Somebody who would meet that mitigator, meaning they don't appreciate that what they did was criminal, and they can't conform for whatever the reason is, whether it's psychosis or drug abuse. Would you expect that person to do things like you were just listing, be deceitful, try to steer police, hide weapons, cover up? Like, is that consistent with somebody who meets
Yeah,
that
and I
mitigator?
think it's common sense. Of course not. If somebody, again, if you're so high on amphetamine that you have this complete blackout, you kill 2 kids, right? And that's not even considering all of the behaviors like hiding weapons and such. And you truly don't know you did this. What's your reaction going to be when you see the dead kids in the, I mean, it wasn't just a killing. So what's a person's reaction going to be if they truly didn't know that they did this?
Objection, you objection on cultural speculation.
Just,
It's usually going to be shot. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
just don't.
I think you've answered my question, but basically, you wouldn't expect the behaviors you've already outlined. Somebody who truly didn't understand the criminality of what they just said.
You would expect different behaviors.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross the.
Your Honor, based on the time, or maybe your approach,
Do you need more than a half hour?
no, I guess it's the lunch hour, so I wasn't sure.
I won't.
So, good afternoon, Dr. Meadows.
Good afternoon.
Now, your practice is in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Meaning you don't take on patients.
No, I don't no longer do treatment. I'm pretty busy with the core evals.
So you've been sitting down and counseling and helping people with their psychological problems and something.
I used to, but I don't anymore.
At this, it's all correct.
Correct.
Meaning you can analyze and go to court to testify.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, part of that history that you had was over at the Dozier Juvenile Facility, correct?
During my graduate training, yes, ma'am.
And you also have some work experience, not just at Dozier, but also with jails and other prisons.
That's correct.
And, but as you said before, forensic right now is most of what you do.
That's correct.
So when you sat down with Mark Wilson Jr., he was oriented in terms of, he knows his name and the date. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're taking into account things like his appearance or its effect, how he looks, his mood, how he's feeling. And this is subjective in terms of he's self-reporting these things.
No, ma'am. The subjective part would be what he is reporting, but the observations would be more objective in nature.
But you're the one making the observations.
That's correct.
So in the list of records that you received, you didn't get any records from the state regarding Mr. Wilson's childhood.
Just through depositions of witnesses. There were witnesses that talked about it.
So in terms of the records out of Arizona, you didn't receive those either.
I'm not sure which ones you're referring to.
Whether it's the Department of Child Safety or education records out of Arizona, you did not see those.
I don't believe I received those.
All right, it didn't sound like it was part of the list. So in terms of the doctors that had seen Mark Wilson Jr. in Arizona in his childhood, you weren't aware of that.
I recall records pertaining to, I believe it was ADHD in juvenile years. So it may be, I mean, I recall the doctor's name, but a few hundreds of pages in this case, but I recall, my recollection is ADHD in his juvenile years.
So that was one of the diagnoses, but in terms of the numbers of doctors and mental health facilities that were treating in Arizona, you didn't get that information. It's just when I heard the list of records, it sounded like you got a lot of discovery, but you didn't get anything in terms of the juvenile history.
Yeah, Jack, what records you referenced? Which records?
Arizona Department of Child Safety.
You just proposed to the doctor that you've been committed in Arizona. That's not fact, not evidence.
Are you aware that he was seen at the Tano Behavioral Facility in Arizona?
I don't recall the name again. I don't recall any psychiatric commitments in this record.
Committed, but senior.
I know that's what you said.
Would you recall?
But I do recall, again, treatment for ADHD during his juvenile years.
And whether or not he was seen at Intermountain again in Arizona, you didn't know.
Again, I've reviewed records indicating treatment for ADHD. The specific names of the facilities, I cannot recall without actually looking at it again.
Right, no, I'm confident you didn't get these records. That's why I'm going through these with you very quickly, right? So he had seen a number of psychiatrists and doctors in Arizona, and that wasn't part of your analysis when you're diagnosing Mr. Wilson, correct?
I was aware, again, that there was treatment for ADHD. I asked him specifically about his psychiatric treatment history, and he spoke of an antidepressant given to him in prison.
So in terms of any family counseling or any additional counseling you received out of state, he didn't tell you about that.
I don't recall him disclosing that.
And in terms of, because I know you're contesting the trauma that he experienced, or that it's your opinion that he doesn't suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah, I mean, I want to clarify that I'm not contesting the trauma. I'm contesting the diagnosis. I mean, and I'm not even, I mean, contesting is what the state does, but I didn't see evidence of post-traumatic stress disorder.
But you agree there's trauma there?
If his self-report is accurate, and then I did see in depositions that suggested that he had a troubled childhood, particularly parental substance abuse. I don't dispute that. I'm you know, it doesn't affect my conclusions if he did, because I'm accepting them as factual.
So again, in the Arizona records, there's a statement that the child has a poor short-term memory. You weren't advised of that.
Objective, I should show some records. I'm not even sure these facts.
I don't know that any of these are actually evidence.
No.
About that objection. You want to rephrase the question?
Yes, sir. Part of your testimony is that his memory deficits are false.
I did not observe any significant memory problems, and his claimed amnesia, selective amnesia, in my opinion, is not credible.
But you were not aware that he's had these issues with his memory from his childhood.
I didn't see anything in the records that indicated a memory disturbance.
Right, because you were provided those records.
I don't know what records you're referring to.
I understand. So in terms of his self-reporting, he told you that there's no depression.
Correct.
And you did notice that his foot was tapping.
Yes.
And you did notice that I talked to him and then he was willing to continue the interview with me.
After some convincing, yeah.
And you were present. I was telling him, hey, just do your best. It'll be
I'll
okay.
tell you it's on several times, but yes, he eventually continued with the interview.
All right. And during the interview, you saw no hallucination issues.
He denied them, and there were no overt signs of hallucination. When people are hallucinating, they often show you signs. For example, you see a homeless person talking to himself, there's a good chance they're hallucinating. Or if they're experiencing visual hallucinations, they might, look like there's a ghost in the room. There is no signs of that.
Now, I understand you didn't get the Arizona records, but you did receive the records from the report from Dr. Levin.
I believe so.
And in Dr. Levin's report, similarly to, let me rephrase that. In Dr. Levin's report, he described ADHD.
I recall that, yes.
And he also described the need for for counseling based on the trauma experience.
That may be, yes.
Now, sorry. So then, in terms of what you were aware of at the time that you evaluated Mr. Wilson, he did not walk you through his childhood.
He talked about his childhood.
Right, because you said that he denied any, regarding the PTSD, any emotional, it was sleep problems or emotional issues.
Any symptoms related to PTSD, he either denied or did not endorse.
And he didn't tell you about any life-threatening situation that he eyewitnessed to someone that was important to him, like a stepmother or a close family.
He talked about being exposed to domestic violence when he was younger. He claimed that he was at age 8 sexually molested by a teenage female, which he said included her forcing him to perform oral sex on her on multiple occasions.
So he described that to you, but in terms of, for example, having his father put a gun to the head of another individual, he didn't discuss that with you.
I was aware of it through the deposition transcript, but we didn't get much into it.
And he didn't tell you about an incident where his father had punched out all the windows and taken a small dog and slammed it against the brick wall.
I recall in the deposition transcripts that the father was a problem, yes.
Okay, but in terms of his memory as to what he told you, he didn't give you those kind of details.
No, it wasn't an assessment of memory related to those incidents. I didn't get into a lot of questioning about it. So it's not like he presented like, I don't remember these things.
I understand, you said you didn't question him about it, so you didn't ask.
No, I mean, I asked him specifically for any emotional disturbances, including those that are related to PTSD. Many people suffer trauma in childhood and don't develop PTSD. So if he's not endorsing symptoms of PTSD, there's not much reason for me to really get into his social history. I was aware of it. I put it in, well, if I was to write a report, I was in the process of it. I was told just, everybody's just doing verbal testimony. But I don't dispute that he came from a troubled background.
But he didn't report it to you, is what I'm getting.
Not out of the memory issues, out of me not really inquiring much about it.
Now, in terms of the psychiatric counseling services in the Putnam County Jail, what's offered to inmates in the county jail?
I mean, it's like most jails. I don't work in there. I've reviewed some medical records. I mean, jails aren't the best places for mental treatment. Usually it's medications. If somebody is showing some emotional, it may be related to their case, if they're depressed or stressed out. If somebody's showing psychiatric problems, like psychosis, the psychiatrist will prescribe an antipsychotic. I don't think there's much mental health counseling in the county jails. It's usually reserved for state prison.
And in terms of your evaluation then, fair to say that, or at least based on your review of the records, Mr. Wilson wasn't forthcoming at the beginning of that interview, talking about the very long one, but at the end of it, he does admit to his actions.
After he initially lied to police and tried to steer him a certain way, then initially lied to his mother eventually got him to confess to it, describe how he planned for it, and then at that point, he was saying that he was guilty of it. This is what he described it.
So you're aware that he confessed to his mother on more than one occasion?
After lying to her initially,
So he does confess to his mother on more than one occasion?
eventually.
I'm trying to get a yes or no, they'll let you talk at length, but he confessed to his mother.
Not everything's a yes or no. I'm not here to misrepresent. He eventually confessed.
So he eventually confessed to his mother on 3 separate times now?
Correct.
And he eventually confessed to law enforcement?
Yes.
And he provided details to law enforcement in terms of what door he entered and which child the homicide was performed on first?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on that one.
No, earlier you said that he did give some details in terms of who he killed first and what door he entered.
I didn't say that.
Fair to describe that the interview between you and Mr. Wilson, yes, you said that at times he was evasive.
When it pertains to killing the kids, yeah.
And your ability to conduct the interview clearly didn't go down every avenue available in terms of questions.
I'm not sure what you mean. Like, it went down every avenue that I needed.
Because you were here for a second opinion for the state.
I was requested for the state to assess this person. And if everything would have checked out, I would have agreed with defense experts. I've done that before. I've done that in high profile cases, murder cases where the state or the defense hires me and I give an opinion that doesn't support them. I don't have any investment in these cases. My investment is doing a thorough, objective job, consistent with standard practice and consistent with the reasons that we're in court.
Now, the NNPI-2 that you provided to Mr. Wilson,
Yes, ma'am.
you said that it had a correctional profile?
Correct.
And in terms of the validity scores within the NNPI-2, it was rendered invalid.
That's correct.
So you could not rely on that score in rendering your opinion.
The only thing that I could say is that he exaggerated the test in an extreme fashion. That's the only thing you can say about that profile.
And then you went on to give a diagnosis of anti-personality traits
disorder?
At a minimum, because the issue here is part of antisocial personality disorders, you have to have some evidence of conduct disorder, and there is due to depositions and so forth. But I try to give them a test that would help clarify that issue because the MMPI gets into juvenile conduct related problems. But I had a defendant that wasn't being honest, so he prevented me from getting that data. I didn't have any school records. I don't know if I'm correct or not. I think in addition to the ADHD, might have been diagnosed with a oppositional defiant disorder in the records, is my recall, which would be consistent with a conduct related problem. But there was evidence from some witnesses, or at least one witness, that there was some behavioral problem. So my impression, based on what's occurred after you turn age 18, that's all consistent with antisocial personality disorder.
Now,
The hang up is I couldn't get a valid test from it because of the way you responded to it.
so to get that, and I'm just, because the DSM-5, it doesn't deal with traits of the actual disorder. So the conduct disorder that has to occur before the age of 15, can you explain what you relied on to arrive at that? The evidence that you said that you saw.
So the defendant himself admitted to substance abuse problems as a juvenile. The majority of juveniles don't go around abusing substances. And yeah, he might have been, and probably was influenced by his family. It doesn't matter. The DSM doesn't look at the reasons why you're using drugs. It looks at where you're using drugs. Okay, so that, first off, it's antisocial children tend to do that, but it's also criminal activity. So it falls into that category as well. I asked him specifically, were you ever arrested as a juvenile? Which is a pretty salient event. But somebody with at least low active intelligence is going to be able to remember. He says he didn't know. Again, anytime it turned into something that would be perceived negative, it was, I don't know, I don't remember. So he couldn't, he told me he basically didn't know if he was ever arrested as a juvenile. So I gave him a chance on that one too. But in a deposition, his stepbrother indicated that he had been stealing, which is part of conduct disorder. The DSM doesn't say why they're stealing, the context of stealing, is there a history of stealing? That's it. And then in that report or the deposition, the stepbrother also indicated that Mr. Wilson's frequently fighting. And that's another criterion for conduct disorder. So based on the available evidence that I have, okay, psych evals aren't always perfect, but based on what I had, I tried to get more from the defendant. The defendant was incredible in taking the test. But everything that I had was consistent with a conduct disorder. They don't have to have the diagnoses in their records. It's just in your assessment, is your evidence of a conduct disorder. And then when I took that along with everything that he has done as an adult, as far as antisocial behaviors, it's my opinion that yes, he has an antisocial personality disorder.
So for the conduct disorder, then the substance abuse, you didn't ask Mr. Wilson about his substance abuse before the age of 15?
I don't recall specific ages. He said actually no. I remember he said it started early, and I don't remember the exact age. It was well before 15. I mean, he talked about it being like around the age of 8 or 9 or 10, something like that.
Now, does it make a difference in your calculus whether or not, for example, a stepfather had placed a crack pipe in his mouth or another parental figure had given him cannabis or some other drug? Does that make a difference to
Diagnostically, it doesn't. The DSM does not specify how the substance abuse started, why it started. Most people with antisocial personalities, the majority of them, have troubled childhoods. It does shape their personality, but then they start making conscious decisions later in life when they're an adult as to how they're going to live their life. So I don't doubt that he had a troubled childhood. I don't doubt that there was parental substance abuse and an influence on that, but that doesn't matter in diagnoses. The DSM specifically says we are not going to look at etiology. It's how the person is behaving, what kind of symptoms are they actually showing.
All right, I understand that you weren't looking at etiology or the reason behind it, so the source of it. But so that was the substance abuse. The criminal activity, you were aware that at times law enforcement officers would pick him up. For example, he had been abandoned at a certain location. So there are different times when law enforcement would get involved with him that didn't result in arrests.
I'm not sure what the question is.
No, because you're saying he was asking about criminal activity and prior arrests. So you didn't ask him in terms of what those contacts with law enforcement were.
No, because I would not consider those as arrests. I asked them specifically, were you ever arrested, charged as a juvenile? Which, I mean, most everyone I evaluate can tell me if they've at least been arrested.
On the Bilberry stepbrother, that they were involved with stealing for food, meaning the way the scenario worked was that if they couldn't fish and if they couldn't get food from the neighbors, then they
The facts, not evidence, and not complete recitation of facts.
Could you rephrase it?
So then in terms of, did you ask him specifically about the stealing?
The stealing I was aware of based on the testimony of the stepbrother.
I didn't ask Mr. Woods.
I don't recall asking specifically about the fights with his brother.
But that's the basis of the conduct disorder, meaning that's the foundation as to what you're using conduct disorder.
Again, all right, let me explain this. I attempted to give this individual a test that addresses juvenile conduct related problems. He hindered me because he wanted to see the test. That's
It's a
so
complex test, is it not?
no, it's seventh grade level reading test.
I meant there's like over 500 points in the test.
There's 567 items of true, false, simple statements such as I have a good appetite, true or false.
It is your opinion that he intentionally tried to.
It's not just my opinion. The test results state that it's a fact. And even the computer generated interpretation, which I sent to your expert, says you cannot interpret this because of extreme exaggeration.
Now, in terms of associated features regarding antisocial personality disorder, at what point was, for example, Mr. Wilson charming?
Was he what?
Superficially charming.
You're talking about psychopathy or antisocial personality disorder?
Antisocial personality disorder associated features.
Well, so you're reading not the diagnostic criteria, but one sentence out of the entire narrative after that. So I didn't see him being superficially charming during the exam.
Now, in terms of a differential diagnosis, again, I know you're here for a second opinion, but in terms of a differential diagnosis, did you consider substance abuse disorders?
Of course.
And in terms of, I know that you're disagreeing with Dr. Kropp, but you're also aware that where another medical condition can apply, that antisocial personality disorder is not the diagnosis to go with, in terms of head trauma, TBI, or as you just noted, substance abuse disorder.
Yeah, I mean, there's do you want me to explain why in his adulthood I would consider that antisocial personality disorder that's
No, you've
outside
done
of
that.
substance abuse?
No, you've done that. I just
No, I
haven't.
haven't done that. I haven't gotten into his adult sense.
Let me ask Mr. Peoples to rephrase the question, because quite frankly, when you asked it, I didn't understand it. So if you could please restate the question.
In terms of whether or not there's another physiological diagnosis, for example, substance abuse, and a second example, a medical condition such as head trauma, those are supposed to take priority in terms of diagnosis over antisocial personality disorder.
That's not a true statement. There's nothing in DSM that says those are taking priority. You do rule out other disorders. I diagnosed him with a substance abuse disorder, but that's secondary to antisocial personality disorder. And there are a number of things in his adult history that are reflective of antisocial personality disorder.
No further questions.
You ready?
So the jurors understand the focus. Most people ask you, obviously a lot of questions about, did you get into specifics about the domestic violence or the trauma that he got, correct? Did you have all of that information from all of his other doctors, outside of just interviewing him?
There was quite a bit through the depositions and everything. I was fully aware that he had a difficult childhood. I'm not up there saying he didn't.
Right. We're not disputing that.
Correct.
And you were, obviously, because of just the nature of your being hired by the state, right? You were coming in last, essentially, just because of the pure procedural rules, right? That is different than if you were the first clinician to ever meet this man and needed to take a history. Would you have gone into more detail then versus as the fifth or sixth expert having all of the information already? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I've done capital death penalty cases, both for defense and the state, okay? It's difficult when you're in the state because you're under a time frame. I've done. A defense expert can see a person months before, can see them multiple times and things like that. But when you're asked by the state post-conviction, and I think in this case, what they usually tell you is, look, we're expecting a potential conviction during this week. So leave some time open because we're going to call you right when that happens to come in and see, and then we need your findings within a couple of days. Okay, so Yeah, ideally, you know, tracking down his school records and so forth. But there's so much in his adult history reflective of antisocial personality disorder and some suggestions of cognitive disorder. I felt comfortable with that diagnosis.
And not just with the diagnosis, but you're accepting the history as true, right? You've already said that.
I've said it multiple
Traumatized.
times. Don't dispute that at all.
Correct me if I'm wrong, was your focus in this interview basically looking at those two big mitigators that the defense was going to put forth, extreme mental or emotional distress, cannot conform conduct, and look at that in relation to the crime. And
Absolutely.
psychologically, what can you say about that and any disorders? Was that your focus?
That's why we're here. I think it's inappropriate. I wouldn't have to do
Your
this.
Honor, the purpose of penalty phase is not singular to this issue.
Just saying, see if you can rephrase it.
Doctor, you had his history, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the focus of your interview? What were you trying to determine to relate to this jury?
I was assessing first, does he have any kind of mental illness? Right? Regardless of the offense, is there evidence in the eval? Does he have any kind of neurocognitive disorder that would explain his claimed amnesia? Then I looked into the issues of how he was thinking, feeling, acting at the time that he committed the crime and immediately after, to see if there was actual evidence that he couldn't have yet some diminished capacity to appreciate what he was doing at the time of the offense. That was the main purpose of the examination.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Lewis. And thank you, Your Honor, for your testimony. Everybody have a good day.
Members of the jury, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break now. We will break until 2:30. Please don't discuss testimony from yourself, but also while you're on that lunch break. And ready to get back in at 2:30. Leave your notes on your seat there, and see you after your lunch. Excuse me. The record of the jury is set now. We'll go back to the record at 2:15. You take up the other motion. Do we need to take that up before the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, and if we could pull in that one juror alone at 2:30, just make it.
Yeah, you do that later.
Okay, thank you.
So back on the record at 2:15, we're going to be shutting down the Zoom feed on this case because we have to start up one on another case separately. So we'll come back on as soon as we're back ready to read from this case.
All rise, the truth's in the house. Y'all bring it up, breaking it down. Hear that call? Facts and defense, a mighty blend. Oh yeah, justice ain't gonna bend. Gable hits, the facts commence. Defensive moves, we've got